This is the Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism Committee. I just want to check with the procedural officer, Ms. Adams, if we are live on YouTube yet.
Thanks, Chair Candice. Can you confirm these? Oh, yes, we are live. Thank you.
Perfect. And if the meeting is being recorded for us?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Thank you so much and welcome to this meeting. Today, we are dealing with the annual reports of the Economic Development and Tourism Department, as well as the annual reports of Westkrow and Saldanha Bay IDZ. Colleagues, I'm just going to firstly mute everyone in the beginning of the meeting so that we do not have any background noise. Colleagues, the general rules as in this morning's meeting will also apply. If you would like to ask a question or need to have a point of order, please use the raise hand function. Please also, you are welcome to use the chat box if you do not have the raise hand function on your device. I will start with an apologies. Obviously, we've received an apology from member Makamba Bocha for today. I have also been requested that one of the board chairpersons from Wesco just be excused just around 4 o'clock because they have another board meeting, and I'll get the name of the official now. And I've also just been requested that the minister has a memorial service at 4 o'clock that he needs to attend. So if there are any questions then to the minister, I'm going to allow them before he leaves to the memorial service a little bit later. But if there are questions after 4 when he needs to leave, I will then request that those be put in writing. Colleagues, I've also been requested if we can have then the Wesco report first due to the other board meeting that needs to occur, and I'm happy with that. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to then allow for Saldanha Bay IDZ to then go straight after, and then the department. The questions to the minister then, I will then allow first also once we have our question and answers session. Members, I'm going to allow that you introduce yourselves, and then for the minister, for Wesco and for Saldanha Bay IDZ to introduce themselves. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask that the lead person just does an introductory remarks, and if they want to introduce their team, because we are quite a large delegation. And also, we also have the Atlantis Economic Zone board members here with us today. And although they do not provide a report in this financial year to us because the company is still in the setting up stages, I will allow for Atlantis also to do introductory remarks. For connection reasons, I'm going to just also put my video off. Members, with that, if you could please introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Dalen Mitchell.
Thank you, Member Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'm Naomi Nkondlo, member of the committee.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo.
Good afternoon, Chair. Andreas van der Westhuizen, member of the committee.
Thank you, Member van der Westhuizen. Are there any other members in the committee at the moment? If none, Minister, I'm going to allow you for introductory remarks. I think it would be best if you try and do the introductory remarks for all of the department and the entities to avoid needing to do introductory remarks for each one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
I'm able to, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's a much better start than the several false starts this morning due to my connectivity challenges. Chairperson, I'm going to be, as I was this morning, very brief. It obviously gives me pleasure to introduce the annual reports for the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, Wesco, and the Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone for the 2019-20 financial year. And I think that these reports cover, I think, some of the excellent work and the achievements of the departments of entities over the past year in what we all know has been a particularly challenging period, not least because, and it's easy to forget, the COVID-19 pandemic in fact hit us in this financial year. So we certainly look forward to the discussion this afternoon and sharing our what we regard as our achievements and highlighting, I think, some of the very good work of the departments and the entities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spicer, Chair Wesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will also be extremely brief, as the Minister has explained. The year began with the emergence from a really quite crippling drought, only to end with the entry into the pandemic and the international lockdown as well as the domestic lockdown. That meant that Wesco, which had an excellent financial year as reflected in the annual report, had to change almost every aspect of its mode of operation, and it did so with some agility, getting onto online platforms which not only gave information on all the measures available for the various support mechanisms to counter the COVID epidemic, but also to propagate virtual missions for trade and investment, for film, and for tourism. And much work was done collaborating with other tourism entities to prepare for the emergence from the lockdown, which, as you know, has occurred in the last few weeks. So it's been a testing year, but a year in which I think the agency has adapted extremely well and done good work in supporting the platform for a resurgence in the economy. Thank you, Chair. That's all I need to say at this stage.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, the other introductory remarks I'll take before the respective annual reports. And with that, I'm going to then ask that now parts A, parts B, and part D of the Wesgro annual report be tabled for members to ask questions and for answers to be received. Members, I'll take questions now on parts A, B, and D, given that C and E will be dealt with in the beginning of next year with SCOPA. Honorable van der Westhuizen. Okay, I see. Okay, that's the only hand I see. Honorable van der Westhuizen, you may go ahead. I see Honorable Kondlo's hand as well. So in that order, you may ask questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I do hope you can hear me.
I can.
Chair, I've got three brief questions, but it may require perhaps a bit of a longer answer. The first one is, what is the latest regarding the Wesgro board's chairperson? The second is, to what extent do we find double or rather multiple reporting in terms of investments attracted to the Western Cape? Because Wesgro is not the only entity that is trying to attract investment to South Africa and particularly to the Western Cape. And just to see the figures presented here to us in this annual report in in relation to the efforts of others that are also trying to do the same and to bring economic growth to South Africa and the Western Cape. And the third question is, I only find figures reporting new investments, but do we have figures for entities disinvesting from the Western Cape? Or are we saying that there are no such figures? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. Honorable Nkondlo, just a reminder to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think I'm covered by the first question on the governance matters by Honourable van der Westhuizen on the situation of the chairperson position. The follow up, I think, in the remarks made there, I just want to understand what happened to the one-stop shop that is there by the Golden Acre and the work that it has been doing with Wesgro. The other one, Chair, is that I know for some time we have continued to discuss the issue of the relationship between Wesgro and the capacity of the municipalities in terms of their investment promotion. What has been any improvement? I remember, I think in some of the quarterly reports, I think we were told that there were some workshops between Wesgro and I think mayors or municipal managers. Can I just get an indication if that work is gaining any traction, and are there any specific, because I think I picked up, I think there's work that Wesgro is doing with municipalities like Stellenbosch especially around conferencing. So if I can get clarity around that. And then I think similar on the issue of jobs, because I see Westgro needs to contribute to the I think VIP2 on the economy and jobs. I think the other side of that question by Honorable van der Westhuizen, I just wanted to check, I mean, if one looks at the investment and the volume, and I think this is one issue that I've raised with Westgro, I think many times, in terms of the rent value of the total investment that Westgro brings versus I think the very low number of jobs that in the actual gets to be reported on. I know one of the responses I've received is that there may be other indirect jobs. I think for me, I'm interested at what point, if you talk about contributing into the economy and jobs, that particular relationship, and I'm looking now, I think in the initial, just in the pages, the initial pages of the annual report, where it indicates boldly, I think, the billions that have been brought into the economy of the province versus the number of jobs. And I'm really wanting to find, how can one be able to then consider those number of jobs, in relation to that particular contribution of Westgro in the bigger scheme of things of job creation by the province. I'm going to stop there for now, Chair.
No problem. Thank you so much. And then I'll put Mike to Westgro as well. To the both the Minister and Mr. Spicer, who's Vice Chair, I just wanted to find out whether there has been any progress in the matter regarding the review or possible review of the decision of the remuneration matter of the CEO. I know we did resolve to request that the matter be tabled with us once the matter has been concluded, but I just wanted to find out whether there's any progress in the matter so far. And then I wanted to find out, because we received this query when we went to go visit the Mossel Bay and the George municipalities over our energy week. And one of the matters when we had our tourism briefing was, what is Westgro's role in assisting the garden route, in promoting the garden route within the Western Cape? And similar to what I think many communities may feel is that Cape Town is not the Western Cape. And if the main concern is that Westgro is an entity falling under DDAT, which is the provincial government, what is Westgro's role in ensuring that other districts, such as the garden route, is also promoted when it comes to tourism and the attraction of investment to that particular area? And then I just wanted to congratulate Westgro on the amount of investments that it has been brought in, the rand value and the number of jobs indicated. And I think my other questions have been covered by other members. Thank you so much. Mr. Spicer and Minister, and I know the CEO, Mr. Harris, is also here. You can allocate our questions accordingly, and then I'll take another round after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to deal with two questions which I think appropriately fall within my purview, and then hand over to the acting chairperson of the board and the management team for a response to the balance of the questions. The first question is in relation to the chairperson of the board. As members know, the former chairperson's term lapsed. And I will be appointing a chairperson, a new chairperson, and will be doing so in due course. There was also a question relating to the progress in respect of the review in relation to remuneration. I am not sure if members recall, but we have agreed that there will be essentially three reviews: a legal review, a governance review, and a remuneration review. And I'm pleased to report that we have made good progress. The board and myself are in the process of wrapping up this work. And as soon as the work is wrapped up, we will, of course, as promised, provide the committee with a report as soon as the matter is concluded.
Thank you so much. Mr. Spicer, I will allow for you first.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm the latter comments by the MEC that we are in fact far advanced in the matters of the reviews, and we should be coming back to the committee as promised very shortly. I think all the detailed questions relating to operations and performance, I would like to hand over to Tim Harris, the CEO, and his management team.
Apologies, Mr. Spicer, and before you just hand over, I see a hand from Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable van der Westhuizen, is that a point of order?
Not a point of order, Chair, but for clarity, in the annual report of Wesgro, in the at once of the pages, Mr. Spicer is indicated as the acting chair of the board, and on another page he is indicated as the chair, which seems now to be incorrect. It should be acting chair as well. And then just on, it's also indicated in the report that the former chairperson resigned, and the MEC has just indicated that his term has lapsed. So perhaps we would just need some clarity or on that as well. Thank you.
No problem. Mr. Spicer, if you could just then add those to the questions to be addressed then as well, please. And then I'll also ask the Minister to also then address that before we get to the CEO. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I am Vice or Deputy Chair of the board, but in the absence of a full-time chair, I have been acting since the middle of the year, when the previous chair, in fact, resigned just before his term of office lapsed, and that was in July. I think any confusions in the report can be tidied up, but that is the situation. I don't know if the MEC wants to add anything.
Minister Mania, is there anything you would like to add?
No, I think that is correct. Michael Spicer has been acting as the chairperson, and in fact, the former chairperson did resign on the same day that his term lapsed. I can confirm that.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for the clarification. With that, we can then hand over to Mr. Harris, who is then the CEO of Wesgro. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. I'm not going to introduce all of the Wesgro team members that are here, but suffice to say that almost everybody's here, certainly from the ExCo and the senior managers of the agency. So I'm going to have plenty of assistance answering these questions, and let's regard them, if you don't mind, as the sort of initial 9 questions that were asked. So I'll leave those 2 supplementary ones that have now been answered. And I'll call on first and foremost Yao Pepper, our Chief Business Officer, to come in after me, and then Labika Skierman, who's the Acting Head of Tourism, and from there there's individuals who can answer specific questions as well. But let me have a crack at that first round. So the second question from Honourable van der Westhuizen was about multiple reporting on investment. So we are obviously amongst other entities that perform against various mandates for the province and the city. And as far as I'm aware, there is a very consistent approach to measuring particularly investment that specifically avoids double counting. So the best example of that is another entity, Green Cape, that sits alongside Wesgro, which the committee knows well, specific capabilities on the green economy and an investment target. And in order to avoid any double counting or double reporting, Honourable van der Westhuizen, we actually signed an agreement between Wesgro and Green Cape that any green economy deals are worked on together jointly by the same manager who works half-time at Wesgro and half at Green Cape, thereby plugging into the general expertise of Wesgro and the specific expertise of Green Cape, and that any investment deals landed in that space are split 50-50 in terms of the capital investment target. So that's why you'll see on page 36, there are multiple deals that are indicated as being split with Green Cape. So we do respond to DDAT and the target setting in a way that preserves the kind of consistency of the numbers across entities working on investment promotion in the space. They all roll up, however, into the DTI's reporting, and they report at national level, but that doesn't directly concern us. I can just assure the honourable member that the way we report prevents any substantial double counting. The second question was on disinvesting. We don't have a target to track disinvesting from the province, but what we do have is a team that works on what has historically been called business retention and expansion, and which we've recently rebranded into the team that we call Business Growth Services. It's led currently by the most experienced investment manager who's been at Wesgro for 2 decades. And what they do is work with companies that are already here on expanding their footprint and their investment, but also heading off that disinvestment that you speak about, honourable member, by working with the company to retain them in the market. So it's definitely part of our approach to investment promotion. It's not just about landing new greenfield investments. There's a very important dedicated team at Wesgro that's working on preventing that disinvestment that you speak of, but we don't track disinvestment per se, and I'll let our Chief Research Officer, Cornelius van der Waal, come in a moment if he wants to update on any kind of tracking of disinvestment in the main statistics generated for our economy. On the fourth question, which then came from Honourable Nkondlo, on the one-stop shop, I will ask Yao and then our one-stop shop manager, Salman Kaji, to come in. But the short answer is our work in the one-stop shop is going very well. It's obviously where we work alongside not only the local partners on the call like Saldanha Bay, IDZ and Atlantis, but more than that, the national parties and entities that face investors such as Home Affairs, DTI and SARS, and altogether there's 14 entities co-located at that one-stop shop. The big reform in the last few months was introducing a virtual service so that you don't actually need to come into the physical location, particularly given lockdown. That's obviously been complicated. But there's now a fully virtual operation and therefore fully virtual collaboration between the Western Cape, Cape Town and National. And if you look in the report on page 39, the members will see some of the issues that have been resolved in hand with national government that have helped to facilitate investment through those regulatory resolutions. The fifth question was about the district unit and an update on how it's going. In the next page, page 40, you'll see a specific update on the district unit. I'm sure Yao will come in as well. He's been working in a very hands-on way with the 2 managers we have working in that district unit. And this committee has been very supportive on the recent establishment of that district unit as a team that focuses entirely outside of the metro and works hand in hand with the districts and local municipalities across the province to help land investment, drive exports, and promote film across the rest of the province. And you can see on page 40, very exciting pipeline of investment deals lined up. So they're already starting to get traction despite being a very young unit. And one of the potential upsides of the lockdown was this shift that all businesses and government has gone into operating remotely like we're doing currently on this call. And what that's meant is for a unit of 2 managers who have a responsibility to cover the whole of this province, it's essentially dramatically reduced the distance that they have to operate across. Now, instead of having to drive out to the far reaches of the province in order to have a meeting, it's much easier for them to simply engage with stakeholders and investors virtually. So I think one of the reasons why the units got such good traction so quickly is because it's now much more acceptable for our partners to set up online meetings, and that's certainly a big assistance to a unit that covers such a big geographic space. Then the sixth question was on conferencing in Stellenbosch. I know we have Lebika Skierman from tourism, and particularly Corne Koch, who runs our convention bureau, to talk about the kinds of things that we've done to support conferencing in Stellenbosch. Obviously, Cape Town is really the dominant player in the province as far as business tourism goes, but Stellenbosch is definitely number 2, and it shows up in the top rankings on an African basis for business tourism, and I'm sure Corne can reflect on that and some of the things we're doing to grow that as a kind of secondary hub for business tourism, particularly in these very challenging times for the Bureau. And then question 7 from Honourable Nkondlo was on capital intensity, a question we often get. Page 28 summarizes the jobs created across the teams. And I think the Honourable Member is correct. There's a high degree of capital intensity, and Cornelis might want to reflect on this. My perspective is that the kinds of deals that we're landing across exports, investments, and film promotion tend to be deals that have high kind of regulatory requirements. Essentially, these are companies that need Wesgro's help holding their hand through whether it be local, provincial, or national regulations. And those, therefore, tend to be very capital-intensive deals. They tend to have some kind of geographic component, so involving a green or brownfield site rather than a pure equity type deal. And then, as the Honourable Member pointed out herself, they also, the companies, when they declare the value of investment and the jobs that result, are asked for a very narrow measure of the direct jobs created by that investment. So certainly there is a much bigger stimulatory effect on the labour market from each of these investments landed, but we take a very conservative view on the direct jobs created. But I don't think I think if you understand those aspects of the methodology, you'll see that these are the 5,200 jobs reported in this financial year are a very high quality contribution to the labour market, and certainly that doesn't reflect the full impact. And then the last 2 questions, question 8 and 9 from Honourable Bartman, the chairperson. 8 was covered, and number 9 was a reflection on the tourism team marketing the regions around the metro, so across the whole of the province, and that's certainly core business at Wesgro. If you look on page 50, 52, 53, and 54, and 55, you'll see the section reporting on destination marketing, and you'll see two things really. Firstly, the extent to which Wesgro relies on the success of Cape Town as a tourist economy and as a tourist brand, and really markets the rest of the Western Cape off the back of that brand. And that explains why we always talk about the destination as Cape Town and the Western Cape. But you'll also see on the events supported and the value of destination marketing initiatives that we're working very hard to spread the benefits of tourism from Cape Town into the rest of the province. And there's really 2 main ways that we do that. The one is supporting these 49 events that you could see listed on page 53 and 54 that are generally in the winter season and generally or almost all reflecting some really unique elements of what the towns across the Western Cape can offer, as well as delivered almost entirely by local partners on the ground in these towns. So it's very much kind of organic experiences that the towns of the Western Cape are offering. We support them as part of our destination marketing efforts, and thereby create reasons for travellers to get out and see more of the province. The other aspect is the marketing work that we do generally around promoting routes and the various regions of the Western Cape as destinations in and of themselves, but understanding always that the vast majority of our travellers are coming to Cape Town first and then heading out into the regions. And I'm sure Lebika and Inga and the team in destination marketing can add some thoughts to that. Suffice to say from me that really the main thing that we focus on in destination marketing, Chairperson, is securing geographic spread from Cape Town into the regions and making sure that that happens firstly in winter, in the slower seasons, but also now in the crisis that we're in the much needed recovery of tourism that we're working towards, even with the complexities of the various stages of lockdown. And there's certainly a good story to tell from the last month of this financial year when we went into lockdown. And I'm sure when you hear our updates on this year's performance, you'll see that, as the chair says, we've pivoted very quickly into this new reality that we're in. So, Chair, I hope that's a good start on the first 8 questions, and I want to call on Yao Pepper to come in if he has anything to add.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you. Good afternoon, sorry, honourable members and honourable chair. Tim, you've covered most of it, but I just wanted to add the one-stop shop that you speak of, Honourable Nkondo, in the Golden Acre. I'm not sure if it's the one inside, because the one inside the Golden Acre is run by the City of Cape Town, and they focus largely on the smaller sort of businesses. But we work quite closely with them because there might be some businesses that we might not be able to handle, and we'll refer it to them, and likewise they would refer some to us as well at the one-stop shop on Green Market Square. Sorry, on St. George's Mall. Another thing that I want to talk about is the district units. As Tim mentioned, it's a 2-man team, and we struggle to cover all 30 municipalities, in that there's only so many hours in a day. But what lockdown did for us, though, is it helped us in terms of reaching more of the municipalities, more of the economic people in the municipalities, and we had regular meetings with them, just trying to guide them and also learn from them in terms of what they needed. What we've also managed to do was we managed to get them on a capacity sort of building course, which will hopefully allow them or equip them to be better placed to identify economic promotion activities or economic promotion opportunities that we could help them leverage. There is a lot of focus on investment promotion, I see, but I think what we need to also start looking at is export promotion. It's a silent achiever in our world at the moment, but they're achieving much, and it's a great thing, because on the investment promotion side, it's a tough slog to get companies to set up here that will give the jobs that we want. But what we do have are companies that are based here already, that are manufacturing, and what we need to do is find ways to help them stay in business. So that's what the retentions or the growth services team does, but then also help them grow their markets, grow their footprints, and that's what the export promotion team does. And over the last couple of years, since we changed the way we measure them, we've actually realized the value that they do add. And I think the members, if possible, should have a look at that as well. And those are where I think a lot of our jobs going forward will be, because these companies already made a decision to come to South Africa, come to the Western Cape. How do we make it easy for them to continue operating, and how do we help them get into new markets? And those are some of the questions we keep on asking. But on the whole as well, with the district unit as well, I just wanted to add that when lockdown finished, we went on an outward mission just for about a couple of days to go and see the Central Karoo, and then also the Garden Route, because there were some great programs that the Department of Economic Development and Tourism had put in place that would help in terms of getting new job seekers on board, which would help a whole lot of companies, especially coming out of this COVID situation. We managed to get a couple of 100 jobs through that, and it was a great initiative by DDAT, and it was fortunate that we were able to help them promote it as well in the districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that needs to answer questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to call on Lebika Skierman, who's acting head of tourism.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honourable members. Maybe just to briefly add that in terms of the DMO destination marketing, we have RTO and LTO forum meetings.
Ms. Skierman, just unmute yourself. I think you accidentally muted to yourself.
I did that. I see. So now, apologies. But just for the Garden Route, we've recently held a SATSA, which was a trade engagement in the Garden Route. And we're having individual trade engagements. We've held one in November with Neisner, and at the beginning of next year, we'll be doing the same for Mossel Bay and Plet. and then work that across the region so that we can ensure that trade is participating and having a understanding of how to respond in terms of positioning themselves. During this period, we also ensured that the domestic campaigns that we launch is showcasing the City of Cape Town and each of the regions equally in terms of how we do the promotion. Then I also want to ask Kunay if she could briefly do the explanation on Stellenbosch and the eventing work that we're doing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair and honourable members. So in terms of the Convention Bureau for 2019-20, the Bureau actually placed a bigger emphasis in promoting the Cape Winelands as a destination to host conferencing, with particular reference to Stellenbosch as a secondary hub to the City of Cape Town. They are well known for hosting particular international association conferences, and it's not adequately captured by the university. So we formed a partnership through the university's commercial arm in UFIS at the university to actually talk about that. We've had frequent meetings last year, as well as pulling in the local tourism organization, Visit Stellenbosch. And through that partnership, we've secured 3 new bids at the end of the quarter 3, October to December. The city, as Tim mentioned, is a secondary city, but it is the most important second city to the City of Cape Town for hosting international association conferences, and during 2019 they hosted 9 of those. And then very important that incentive travel is also something that's getting a big focus. Incentive itineraries are usually in the city for 2 days, but they do go out to the Cape Winelands and the Garden Route. So the itineraries go between 2 and 5 days. So they leverage from that. And the big work that we're doing is to make sure that event planners are including itineraries for a conference delegate to include regional exposure as well through that. So that is in terms of work and promotional work that took place during the fiscal year under review. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? If those, Mr. van der Wal, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just quickly want to make a comment on the point of disinvestment and tracking that data. With regards to the overall investment into South Africa, specifically foreign direct investment, we are using service providers to collect information and give us more details on who they are and what they are investing in. When Wesgro reports on investment, we obviously get declarations from the companies that we help with. So that information comes directly from the companies that we've assisted. And unfortunately, when there is disinvestment, it's not necessarily something that's either captured in the media or in international service providers or local service providers, and hence it's particularly difficult to track this investment. What we do when we find out that there are companies that are considering moving, we obviously target them with our business continuity division to make sure that they remain in our province and that we remove the red tape challenges or hassles that they have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else from Wesgro that needs to answer a question?
Yeah, I think we covered for now.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, I will open up for another round of questions. I see Honourable van der Westhuizen's hand. Is there anyone else? If none, Honourable van der Westhuizen, you may go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much. And I'm delighted to hear that you're also involving yourself with retaining investment in the Western Cape, and I don't think that gets the same amount of publicity, but I think it can be just as important. So thank you very much for the work that you do in that regard. Just 2 further questions, Chair. One of the projects that you've been working on very hard for a number of years was to try and attract direct flights from North America to the Cape Town International Airport. And after many years of hard work, we saw the first of that last year during the festive season. And my question is just, do you have an update on where we're standing now with all the limitations on international travel and international air travel specifically? The second one is the whole issue of the future of conferencing. Do you still see a bright future for that now that even we meet, online, etc.? And it just seems as if, in my mind, many conferences, international conferences particularly, which in the past was a field that we targeted because of the financial benefits and the foreign exchange that it's bringing, that many of these conferences, at least for now, are being held online as well. And I'm just wondering to what extent, are we still seeing a future for that, especially from conference facilities and from accommodation facilities, etc. And then linked to that is, what is the possibility of then obviously using the Western Cape's infrastructure to host conferences from here? Because it seems to me as if from the conference that I've learned, many of them you still pay relatively high conference fees, which if we could act as the host here if the hosts could be situated in the Western Cape, obviously it is still a form of export and money flowing to the Western Cape in that regard. Chair, then I don't know if I should rather keep my questions regarding the department's work on trade, export, etc. for the department. Perhaps you could just give me an indication. But for me, for now, to Westgrove, coming straight from their annual report and from the responses just received, those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member van der Westhuizen. I think let's keep the department's questions for when their documents are being tabled. But HOD Fourie is in this meeting, so he can also just make a note when we deal with that annual report. I saw Honourable Nkondlo's hand. Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you for the response. I think my bad. I grew up in Cape Town, so because I had to travel using taxis between Gugulethu and over there at the deck, so everything becomes a golden acre. So my apologies there. I was mentioning the one-stop shop which the Westgrove operates from. But having said that, thank you for the responses, and one must appreciate, I think, also in response to the call by the committee around the work being done through the municipality, and obviously the opportunity through the crisis of the lockdown that has actually ensured a better reach in engaging with these municipalities. So I think this is something positive to take from.
Member Nkondlo, are you still with us? Did you have a question? Member Nkondlo, you have tapered off. Okay. While we wait for Member Nkondlo to come back online, she might be having some problems with the connectivity. Mr. Spicer and Mr. Harris, you can answer the questions accordingly. Thank you.
I think these are for Mr. Harris, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spicer. I'm actually going to ask, I'll start with the second question from Honourable van der Westhuizen, which I'll go straight to Corné on, which is the kind of adaptation of the Convention Bureau to the new challenges in business tourism. I think she's best placed to report from the front lines. Just to say thank you for the compliment from Honourable Nkondlo. And then I will close with updates on Cape Town Air Access.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Sorry.
Apologies, Ms. Koch. And just before you start, Member Nkondlo, I think you're back online. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow Ms. Koch just to answer, and then I'm going to come back to your questions, if that's okay with you. Member Nkondlo?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Koch, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. So absolutely, the business events industry was one of the first to be affected by the pandemic, and they will be one of the last to recover. However, the industry are morphing into hybrid events and presenting those. We have successfully hosted, and we tested this, of hosting a model whereby you have an international hub, but with regional hubs in destination, and that you can actually do an international conference by using particular hubs. And in our case, we used the city as that hub, and to then do an online event with a hybrid model. So the digitalization of events is there. It is a bit like producing a movie, so there's new skills that needs to be acquired to actually run these events. The Bureau have actually secured bids in the lockdown period, which shows that the long-term focus is still relevant, and those bids are actually in the outer years from 2022 to 2024. We are considering a new strategy of looking at the other low-hanging fruit to secure more business for the destination, and with a focus on Africa. So that's the forward-looking plans. And as well as focusing on the national domestic market, with a program that's being run through South African Tourism to provide subvention funding for securing more and more frequent national meetings, particularly focused on the association sector. So that's really the forecast for the moment. The 2019 year does look a bit bleak, but I think we will see a bit of recovery from the second quarter three of 2019 in terms of physical or more frequent meetings, shall I say. But right now, the corporate sector is not really traveling in South Africa, so we do have a challenge within that sector. So if anybody can help promote corporate travel, we'll be in the pound seats.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else still to answer questions?
Sorry, Chair, it's just me. I'll come in again just quickly on the question on Cape Town air access. So as Member van der Westhuizen reflected, this has been our project looking to connect Cape Town International Airport to the rest of Africa and the world through non-stop flights. We've been running it now for 6 years from an office in Westcrow, but really it's much bigger than Westcrow. It's a collaboration that includes national government via AXA and SAT. The province is a major funder, the City of Cape Town is a major funder, and there's 6 corporates from around the Cape that have been doing some serious heavy lifting on funding the project as well. So it's a proper collaboration, and that's one of the reasons why it's been so successful. In the first 5 years, it doubled the number of non-stop flights to Cape Town, which is one of the most successful route development achievements in the world in the last 5 years. But obviously, like many things, that stopped during the lockdown. We had a ban on international travel, and the team worked really hard to keep relations with the airlines so that we could prepare for the opening that was bound to arise, and with the understanding that it's very hard to conceive of a real economic recovery in the Cape without this connectivity. We're far away from all of our major markets for investment, for exports, for tourism. If we're not connected directly to these places, it's very hard for us to do business globally, which is essentially the business that the Cape needs to do to drive this recovery. So actually air access and restoring that flight network is almost critical to our recovery. So it's a very valid question, and I'll give a quick update on the major carriers. So British Airways stopped during the UK lockdown, but they're now back to daily service to Heathrow. KLM is flying Amsterdam 6 times a week, Ethiopian to Addis 5 times a week, Qatar to Doha 3 times a week, but they are going daily through the real heavy periods around Christmas and New Year. Emirates is flying 4 times a week to Dubai, but they'll add an additional frequency for Christmas. And Turkish Airlines is flying twice a week to Istanbul. Kenya Airways, which is a great flight that connects us direct into Nairobi, but also via Vic Falls. So it's a super important export and tourism flight. They're going 3 times a week direct to Nairobi and twice a week to Nairobi via Vic Falls. Airlink is flying daily to Windhoek, and a new airline that the members might not have heard of, Fly West Air, that started last year, is connecting to Windhoek twice a week. Rwanda Air connects us to Kigali 3 times a week, and TAG, the Angolan Airlines, to Luanda 3 times a week, with Lufthansa flying 3 times a week to Frankfurt, and as of next week will be 3 times a week to Munich as well. And then Edelweiss, the Swiss carrier, twice a week to Zurich, and Austrian to Vienna twice a week. We should also note the new airline that launched last week, which is called Lyft, started by the former founder of Kulula, a new airline connecting us to Johannesburg. That's a domestic carrier. And then the 2 big announcements is Virgin Atlantic coming back to service Heathrow out of Cape Town, which is a really encouraging development considering how important the London-Cape Town route is. And then Honorable van der Westhuizen spoke about the US route. So we did land that United Airlines flight to New York last year. They intend to come back next summer season once we're through this challenging period. But in the meantime, we've also worked with Delta Airlines, who are launching a service to Atlanta in March next year. That's the intention. So I think the members should be encouraged that to the extent that the economic recovery is going to depend on good connectivity, that we're firmly on track to reestablishing not only our previous flight network, but actually some really powerful new connections, such as Atlanta and this Virgin service to London, which I can report was fully booked or will be fully booked for the first 2 flights. So hopefully that is some green shoots that show how the recovery will look for Cape Town and the Western Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to take Honourable Nkondlo's hand now. Honourable Nkondlo, you tapered off just as you were about to ask your question.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Okay, my questions. Firstly, Chair, I just want to check, given the 2 resignations of the 2 female board members and the female representation that does not look good at the board, what's the plan of ensuring that that particular requirement is fulfilled by the board? And then I think taking from the discussion that Tim answered around the jobs, I just wanted to check, because when I look at I think it is 2.2 jobs under the investment promotion, but also under 2.4.2. One thing that I pick up there, I think it's on the agribusiness promotion, that if from the jobs perspective, there is actually overachievement, because what is said in the column, the last column, is that the nature of those investment or projects were more labor intensive. So if maybe they can just share what kind of projects were these, and I'm raising this in light, especially now that we'll be talking about economic recovery, you know, and the fact that the biggest knock of the COVID has been job losses. So I think one would always be interested in looking at how those areas of investment that brings this kind of labor intensive or any other mechanism that is also going to be able to bolster, you know, job creation. So I just wanted to understand from that 2.2 and 2.4.2, you know, the nature of those kind of investment that actually realized an overachievement in terms of the job creation itself. And then the other one, Chair, Yahweh, I think Yahweh, when he was answering, speaks about, you know, also considering the other side of the coin around export promotion. And I would want him to just maybe speak more about that, and whether, what would be the difference between export promotion and trade promotion that is already there. Perhaps he can give an indication in that regard. But also when I look at some of the work that they are doing around the advanced program, the export advanced program, one of the things that I would want to check, which is something I've received as feedback, especially by medium-sized enterprises who are at a point have got products that they would be willing to bring to compete in the international market, is the entire I think red tape, but one of the things is the export trading licenses. So I just want to understand how are they dealing with that, especially in relation to what Yahweh was speaking about of export promotion. How will we have to navigate, or businesses have to navigate the export trading license? I don't know how easy it is to get it at the moment. What your medium-sized enterprises need to do to achieve that, with all the opportunities that are always placed from the global markets. And one then next to that, maybe going back to my line around the jobs, when I just look at page 43 and page 44, if you look at your global exports, and you juxtapose them against the job numbers, there you can actually see that the numbers there are not as high. They are very low. To an extent, you've got areas where I think there could be an initiative, but the actual number of job is zero. To actually being one or two, and maybe that could be explained. What are those nature of investment? That would actually maybe at is it because of a certain time? Maybe it is at the time that the deal is being made. There is not necessarily, jobs that emanate out of. So maybe if they can explain that, Chair. And I'm raising this because for me, I think the biggest thing about, the very huge and positive success that Wesgro has registered over time in terms of attracting billions of investment is that I think one would wish, that at least we can actually find ways and means of really trying to also push up the numbers from the side of job creation, understanding all the dynamics and understanding that these projects are multi-year. So sometimes as the reporting a year that or reporting period we're dealing with, it may not necessarily realize the jobs. They may be realized in the next 2 or 3 years to come. But that is why I'm just placing my rationale of the issues that I'm raising up around, the correlation between, the value of that particular investment and the fact that they are capital intensive, as I was told earlier on, but also the fact that you do have others which have been demonstrated in the agribusiness, which can actually realize labor intensive. And I'm assuming labor intensive would mean, you'll get more hands, you'll get more people participating. And I understand that is not necessarily going to be a given, with now COVID, with now, more people working virtually, more people having to use more your 4IR sort of capabilities. But I think it's a conversation, Chair, from where I'm sitting, that I think it will be interesting for us to continue to have with Wesgro around that innovation, because I think that is one thing that is going to be a pressure over our provincial economy and local economies or municipalities, is the issue of jobs, because the more people are not employed, the more instability it creates, even for the municipality in terms of their revenue collection. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think Honorable Nkondo's first question was referring for the minister, because minister appointed board members. So the minister and possibly Mr. Spicer can come in there. And then the rest, Mr. Harris, you can indicate to us how that will be assigned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have recently interviewed a number of candidates to be appointed to the board, and I will allow Mr. Spicer to brief you on that process.
Thank you. Mr. Spicer.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Yes, indeed, from my position as acting chair in collaboration with DDAT and the Minister, we are acutely mindful of the importance of diversity, both in terms of race and gender and also experience and background. And so in interviewing for the 2 board members who left, we have gone through that, and MEC, I don't know if it's premature, you're signing the letters, but we have appointed 2 new board members, and I think they will be favorably received by Honourable Nkondlo, because I think they will answer to her question. But we did take that very much into account. So MEC, I don't know if you want to add anything in terms of timing, but the panel comprising members of DDAT, the MEC and myself did take into account that factor.
Thank you, Mr. Spicer. Just before the Minister answers, Minister, perhaps it's more prudent for you to give us the timelines of by when the appointment letters will be sent out, and timeline for when the persons will be have opportunity to give answers, whether they accept, because I'm not sure whether it's premature to indicate the person's names before they even know themselves. But please advise me on this.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think as the acting chairperson has indicated, I'm sure that the name and the profile of the 2 candidates which we intend to appoint will find favour with the Honourable Nomin Nkondlo. I am not certain exactly where we are in the process, so I would just want to reach some certainty before we actually announce those names.
No problem. Thank you so much. Mr. Fourie, I see a hand from yourself.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you very much. We're now in the process, as we have to, just completing the vetting processes of the preferred candidates. It's my view that vetting process should be completed in the next week or so, and the appointments could then probably be made towards the end of January, beginning of February, should that vetting process reveal an uninhibited platform for these appointments to be made.
Thank you, Mr. Fourie. And then before we go over to Mr. Harris's questions, colleagues, I'm just going to ask that we then just wait for the appointments to be made, and then just ask that the Minister just send the relevant communique to us as a committee once such has been made. Would it be in order for all members?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for the update.
And certainly, Chairperson, from my point of view, as soon as the process is complete, I'd be delighted to inform the committee about the appointment. And as I say, I think that these are going to be 2 excellent appointments that are going to add a huge amount of value to the board. And as I said, I think the profile of the two persons we intend to appoint will certainly find favour with the Honourable Nkondlo and committee members.
Thank you so much for the update, and we look forward to receiving the respective communique. Mr. Harris, you may continue with your questions now.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. We'll continue with a few of the answers. I wanted to start with asking Yao to come in on the set of questions around exports. There were many questions asked by Honourable Nkondlo, but you also answered many of them yourself, Honourable Nkondlo, and you're always welcome to join the Wescro team in our export promotion efforts. You really understand the dynamics of what's happening in that team, but maybe Yao can give a few more details. And then we actually had someone join the call right now who wasn't on the call, It's our latest Makoti at Wescrow, Amanda, who runs our Agri Investment Unit. She just got married, so I'll congratulate her in front of all of the committee members. And she was preparing for her honeymoon, but heard that there was a question about her team and the AIU investment. So she's actually joined to answer the question around the importance of agribusiness and some of the deals that her team landed in the financial year. But if I can ask Yao to kick off on exports, and then we'll go over to Amanda on agri.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you once again for the questions, Honourable Nkondlo. Regarding exports versus trade, in a sense, they would be interchangeable, but the reason why I'm stressing the word exports is just to make sure that we are single-minded in our thinking, and that ours is to look at how we get Western Cape products out of the Western Cape into the rest of the world, which is just an export competence. What sometimes tends to happen is, because we say trade, people assume it's buy and sell, and so foreigners would come and speak to us about how they can get their products into our markets, which isn't exactly the kind of thinking that we want to encourage. But we will still assist them, because through assisting them, we might, on the back of that, get an investment into the country. But we would assist them in passing them on to the relevant agencies to assist. You mentioned the Export Advancement Program. Thank you for mentioning that, because we feel that that is a way to grow our competency in the export field. During this lockdown, I suppose I'm speaking about the results that will be reported on next year, but we've managed to find a way to get more of these export advancement programs into the regions. I know the districts are quite dear to your heart. So what we've managed to do is, through this lockdown, it's allowed us to take a lot of our work online, which has allowed us to reach a whole lot more people. So I think we managed to do 4 in the districts, which were on average, I think might have been about 100, 150 new potential exporters that came into the fold. You mentioned export licenses. That is something that is dealt with through SARS. So what we could do through the one-stop shop is, and what we do is just assist them and point them in the right direction in terms of SARS. But sometimes there's more to their inability to export, such as phytosanitary regulations that haven't been met, the lack of testing that hasn't been done, inability for these products to be on a list of approved products that are allowed into certain markets. These are things that we have to deal with daily, but unfortunately we don't have the power, either as Wescrow or the Western Cape government, to get some of these things through. It's generally stuck with national. So if you could assist with helping to put some of these things through the fast track or through the expediting process, it'll be great, because there's certain things such as blueberries, for example, which is a very big and lucrative market in this part of the world, that could have access to, say, China, for example. But because they're on a list of a whole lot of other fruits that are looking to get access into new markets, they're left behind, and we're leaving a lot of money on the table, a lot of jobs on the table as well. So I mean, that's something I'd love to, if we could find a way to work on that, it'll be great. Also, in terms of the job numbers that are recorded, generally what we try and record are new jobs, and fair enough, more can be done. But I'm quite, I suppose, relatively happy with this, because what helping companies export also does is helps us in terms of making sure that their investments stay in South Africa, right? Because they might have excess capacity that might not make them profitable as an organization, which could lead them to shutting down. So helping them export helps us retain a whole lot of jobs as well. We don't record those though, but so basically that helps us with our whole retentions mandate as well. I hope that answers the questions that were left unanswered. If there are any that I've missed, please do let me know. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Chair. And then we'll go straight over to Amanda Shire.
Thank you very much, Tim, and good afternoon to everybody. Honourable Nkondlo, my name is Amanda, as introduced, so I run the investment unit on behalf of the Department of Agriculture. We house in Wescrow. So our mandate is to attract foreign direct investment into the agri-space, focusing on all subsectors of agriculture, including agri-tech. And at the same time, I also look after Western Cape businesses that are wanting to expand their current operations, and also from an ease of doing business within the Western Cape region. So I just want to highlight two of the projects that we've worked with, that we've concluded last year. So my apology on that. So the one is Fell Bridge, and the next one is Tommy's. And I just want to highlight, I think, on what Yao touched on in terms of our focus within the district municipalities, which we call rural municipalities, where in terms of our strategy, that's what we're focusing on in driving investment. So both of these projects are in the Cape Winelands district, where we've managed to actually create 500 direct jobs within that municipality. So Fell Bridge is an old company in the Western Cape, or family in the Western Cape, which is the Zettler brothers, and the mainly activities around strawberry exports. And they currently supply a couple of retailers within South Africa. With the new industry being cannabis, the buzzword now in South Africa, and also in the Western Cape, positioning ourselves as a hub, we've managed to secure and land this investment, which is 120 million that they've put in terms of capex and opex. And with that amount, they're managing to put about 150 direct jobs into the Stellenbosch municipality. The second one is one of our old clients. We've been working with them for a number of years, which is Tommy's Meat. About 2 years ago, unfortunately, the plant burnt down, and we were able to help them actually revive it again. We've been working closely with the Department of Economic Development through the skills development, where we were able to secure a stipend over the years to help with the subsidy for the salaries for the employees. We've managed to get one, I think, about 4 years ago for the company. And again, with the assistance of the economic development skills incentive, we were able to get them another subsidy, which then helped them to create 350 jobs into the Drakenstein municipality. So those are the two projects that I would like to highlight at this stage. I'm not sure if there's any questions at this point.
Thanks a lot, Amanda. Thank you. And I think that's us, Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, are there any last follow-up questions? I would like to ask if there's anyone from the public also have questions. And then I would also like to table some information I've received from Mr. Biko, because he could not be here with us. But I'm going to quickly find out from members first if there's any final burning follow-ups. If none, I'm going to ask if there are members of the public who are in our meeting who would like to ask Wesgro any questions. Okay, if none, then on Mr. Mbiko's behalf, he asked that I ask particular questions to the department. I've indicated to Mr. Mbiko what I would ask to the department, but I don't know in his written communication whether any of his information relates to Wesgro. So what I'm going to ask is that our procedural officer just forwards the written communication from Mr. Mbiko to Wesgro as well, please. And that if Wesgro could just then indicate what relates to them, and if there is any matters that relates to them, if they could then in writing, please send that communication through so that our procedural officer is able to send that to Mr. Mbiko. But in general, I will just put the questions and then I'll put it again when the department is here later, so that if there is anything specific that relates to an entity, then you have knowledge of this now. So Mr. Mbiko requested a joint committee meeting between, and I suggested that the committee meeting be between economic development, local government, and the Premier's committee. And it relates to Nyangan development. And it seems as if in that particular development that he relates to, that majority of the mandates fall either within the city of Cape Town or within local government, or relates to Premier matters, for example. Due to the nature of the developments, he has asked that economic development please look into the matter. He has also asked for answers regarding last year's resolutions. So if there's any specific matters related to Wesgro, which I did not pick up anything, but if there is, please have a look so that we are able to give that response and that feedback to Mr. Mbiko, please. And the rest I do think relates to the department. So I will then pose those as well at the end with the department's annual report, if everyone is okay with that. Okay, members, are you happy with that? Okay, if no response, then I will pose the same and extra questions from Mr. Mbiko then at the end with the department's annual report as well. To Wesgro, I know you need to run off to another board meeting. And we did ask whether there are anyone from the public who would like to ask questions, which there were none. So I would like to thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing. And it has been a very difficult year, but I would like to wish you well and a festive season. And Ms. Chaya, you must have a wonderful honeymoon. I don't know why you're here today. It's wonderful that you're so passionate about investment and the expansion of business. But I'm going to say this live on YouTube. Your personal time needs to be more sacred because anything can happen in the current times that we have. And we do appreciate your passion and being here today. But please, your personal time needs to be more sacred because in COVID times, we have Zoom and MST meetings whole day, 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It is not normal. It is not. As much as we want to be there for everyone all the time, it is not normal. We need personal time. And with that, I would like to allow the Wesgro officials to be excused. Have a wonderful season. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Honourable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Colleagues, with that, I'm going to allow Ms. Beekers from Saldanha Bay IDZ to do some introductory remarks then, and then I will similarly table the sections of the report. Thank you so much. Member Mitchell, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My apologies for interrupting the meeting, but I wanted to propose if we could have a 2-minute leg stretch before we move on to the next.
That's fine. Would you like me to? It's
Please.
18 minutes past 3. How about we come back at 15:25? Then you have a 7-minute leg stretch.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. So colleagues, at 25 minutes past 3, we will continue then with the meeting. Ms. Beekers, you have until then to prepare for introductory remarks. Thank you so much. Back, colleagues, it is 25 minutes past 3. Are we all back from our leg stretch? If so, Ms. Beekers, are you online? Ms. Beekers, are you online?
Hello, Chairperson, sorry, and honourable members.
Wonderful, thank you. You can continue with introductory remarks and then I will table the respective sections. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to ask our current chairperson, Dr. Stegman, to make some introductory remarks, because there's also our deputy chairperson, Tembisile Salman, on the call as well and he's a representative from the IDC that's on our board. So, JC.
Thanks, Kasifar. Thanks, Chair. It's nice to have a CEO like Ms. Beekers, because then you can become invisible behind the scene. But first of all, I'd like to introduce our Deputy Chair, whom the committee has not met. If Tembisile could just switch his video on, please.
You may continue, yes.
I don't see him coming through. But he's also in the call. He's been appointed as Deputy Chair over the last year, and as Kasifar has indicated, he's also from the Industrial Development Corporation. We're joined this afternoon by the full executive team. That's Kasifar self, our COO, Mr. Doug Southgate, the CFO, Herman Bonachans, who we all met, Benedicta Durkin, our Ease of Doing Business executive, Adinda Prella, Transaction Investor Support, Hannes Marais for Infrastructure and Environment, and Patrick Lakabane for Development Programs, and Daniel Manuel on the Stakeholder Management. I think as we've heard from Wesco as well, Chair, it's been an interesting year, to put it mildly, and a difficult one for all of us, particularly over the last 20 months, but more particularly from March up to now. I think all of us struggling with the pandemic and what goes with it. The irony, I think, in all of that, it has pulled a lot of us a lot closer together, which also came up in the earlier discussion. So one of the things that are, I think, quite pleasing for us, which we raised in the report, was some extent problematic in previous years, is a much closer relationship with Transnet and TNP more specifically. We trust that that will be strengthened even more going forward into the new year, 2021, and also forward, which would make a big difference in the way that we can capitalize on the port, which, as you know, currently is a one-way traffic in terms of ore exports, and with no real beneficiation for the local economy. So if we can pull that off together with Transnet and TNPA, it would make a big difference to the entity. Secondly, what the period has also allowed us is to move a lot closer to our investors, and that investor pipeline has strengthened considerably, and the CEO can talk about it a bit more, which also implied that we had to look differently at our business. We previously, to some extent, we more along a property development lines. We're now moving into a service center focusing on energy and maritime, and which will run together with the port redevelopment and other initiatives which are currently afoot. I think just more or less second to last, we've also now reached an agreement with the Western Cape government, and we're pulling a lot of things together to reach self-sufficiency by 1 April 2023. So from a budget perspective, we expect only to receive working capital for the next 2 financial years. Beyond that, the entity or the company must stand on its own 2 feet. That implies a rather different way of operating. And as I said, a whole series of things that we need to put in place, which the CEO and the team are currently working very hard on to achieve. And that's a process that will take us over the next 50 months, which is quite a crucial period for us to come out successful on the other side. With that, Chair, that's just by way of introduction. I'll hand over back to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Members, I'm going to now thus table parts A, parts B, and parts D of the Saldanha Bay IDZ annual report. If you have any questions, please ask them now. Parts C and E, as a reminder, will be done during the scope-up period. Members, if I can take hands now. Member van der Westhuizen, Member Nkondlo, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my first question is to Dr. Stegman, and he may want to respond to the other two questions as well. In his introductory piece in the report, he refers to the 90,000 ships at sea, and he says that a third of these ships are rounding the southern tip of Africa. That is my free interpretation of what he's saying there, and I presume that he means 30,000 ships per annum. Now, it is also my impression that he sees a lot of potential, economic potential, should we be able to service those ships or to bring them into our harbors. And I would just like to know, does he know about any studies indicating how many of these ships are really, posing a potential to us as South Africans, particularly Western Cape people, and it seems to be then obviously taking into account his cap as CEO of the Saldanha IDZ. That what does he envisage? What is the potential that he see in there? And secondly, what infrastructure or what efficiency improvements or perhaps decreases in fees do we need to be able to tap into that potential market? The second and third questions have to do with Section D on human resources. I see that quite a number of the employment contracts at the Saldanha Bay IDZ seem to be 5-year fixed-term contracts. Now, 5-year fixed-term contracts have been intriguing me for many years. If you're at the age of 60 or above, a 5-year fixed-term contract could be a very lucrative and positive prospect. On the other hand, if you're 40 years old and you've got lots of liabilities and you've got a family to look after, then a 5-year contract could be quite a daunting thing, putting you at risk, and in return you would ask for a premium in your remuneration to allow for the year or two where you may be unemployed. And also a 5-year contract often results in people staying for 3 years because they also start looking around after 3 years for a new contract or a new employment opportunity. So what is your motivation for that? And then on page 60, that's on page 66. And on page 67, in terms of performance awards, it has long been a field in South Africa where we've struggled with, and there's often been references to municipal managers, for example, getting high performance bonuses while the sewage is running down the streets. So my first question is, if the average performance award is in the order of 12%, what is then the maximum that a senior manager there can get under a performance review? And secondly, what system do you employ to make sure that the indicators are stretched targets? Because I presume that the maximum might be 15%, meaning that most of the senior staff are getting a maximum bonuses, meaning that their targets, they've been able to achieve all the targets set to them. And obviously we know that there are a number of external factors also affecting performance. And it seems then to me as if in the case of the Saldanha Bay IDZ, these external factors are not affecting performance, or that the targets have been relatively modest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you for the introductory remarks. Chair, maybe on the introductory issues and remarks that are in the annual report, I just want to check in as far as the IDZ is concerned. One, I think, is what I think the chair alludes to, but it's also, I think, in the initial pages about, you know, what DTIC currently is looking at in terms of possible amendments to the SEZ Act. And I'm sure in the current economic climate, even the concept of SEZ will be put under scrutiny, you know, given everything that must then take place. I'm just interested, I think, just to get an insight from both the board and the team, you know, of what has been conversations amongst them, especially I know that majority of the challenges of lockdown, you know, may have affected in the main, I think, the IDZ. So I'm just trying to find out what are some of the concerns, given the work that is being done to really try and amend, and where would be from them as an IDZ, where would be issues, I think, from a legislative point of view that may need to be strengthened if indeed, you know, this venture of the Saldanha IDZ were to be harnessed. And I think, and in line with that, one would assume, I think there in page 14, in terms of the discontinued activities, which I think relates to the 5-year strategic plan that, and I'm assuming that was more the setup phase of the IDZ. And I think, as the chair has indicated, that maybe in the next 2 financial years or so, they will have to stand up on their feet. And I think one would be interested to check whether, I mean, if they look back in that 5 years and the things that they have strategically targeted to sort of start working on and put foundations on, what would be their level of achievement in as far as that is concerned, and what would be the areas, I think, in this new phase of the next 5 years, which would be priorities from a strategic point of view. And then in line with that, Chair, I will always, I think, bring this issue back around, you know, the kind of relationship of the entity and its operation with the environment it operates in, especially the community, because I know for a fact that this last financial year, there has been turbulences in as far as the relationship is concerned, you know, in terms of engagement, and I think the protest and whatever that the local community in Saldanha, let alone the broader community. And I'm wanting, as we conclude the year, is that all those systems, I know in one hand we're told that there is a board member from the community that will be joining them, and I think that should then place us in a better, I think, community relations, you know, in this new financial year. Is that the case? And then on page 14, in as far as the supply chain, Chair, there's an indication there of you know, 3 bids, long-term contracts that have been finalized. If maybe the team can just share what are these bids, and I see it's more construction and it's long-term. If you can then just specify, you know, who are these bids with, what specific work will they be doing, and when you say long-term, what is the meaning of that long-term, and what for what nature of activities will those be, as a model that is going to try and ensure some kind of sustainability.
And then on page 35, I see there, I think the report also indicates the consent in the surveyed tenants out of the survey. And I see there is a sort of a myriad of issues that are raised by, I think, the tenants themselves. Some of them, I think, are legislative in nature, you know, in terms of some of the concerns, including the issues like the SEZ funds, the BIS financing, the zoning, building plans. I'm just checking, in light of that particular feedback, you know, are these issues that have been raised here, you know, that they need to be expedited in terms of their turnaround times? Is the entity confident that some of these issues are being are worked on and are being resolved? And I think there is work done through, you know, in terms of the red tape reduction with the one-stop shop, I'm sure, to resolve some of your zoning and other things. But in the bigger scheme of things, one just want to understand what is the level of comfort in as far as going back to those tenants on those. And I think the last one for this round, Chair, on page 39, on the funding model itself, you know, would I be correct to say that structure that is there, considering this 5-year term that we're entering in, possibly it would be changing, as the chair was saying, in a couple of years from now, perhaps in the 3rd year, I would make that assumption, or maybe clarity can be provided, because clearly the funding model would change once IDZ starts, I think, collecting revenue and sustaining and self-sustaining itself. So I'm just saying, is that something that we can confidently say one of the biggest targets or areas to be achieved in this phase of this 5 years would be that self-sustenance? That means the funding model that is completely different to what we are seeing in page 39 at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honourable Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I've been covered with by Honourable Nkondlo with regards to the relationship with the board and the community. And so I don't want to rehash the question. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. Then with that, I will just quickly add one from me, which is more a request for documentation than anything else. But in terms of questions, I would like to ask that Mr. Mbiko's documentation also be sent to Saldanha Bay IDZ and the board, just so that they can also identify whether there are any specific questions for them from Mr. Mbiko's questions. And if so, if they could just in writing also then respond through the committee to him, because I don't want to speak on Mr. Mbiko's behalf just in case I miss any of his questions specifically. And then I just want to find out on page 43 of the annual report, I saw that the Saldanha IDZ wrote documents related to SARS operational procedures, as well as DHA, which I'm assuming is Home Affairs operational procedures. And I just wanted to find out whether we could also please just get copies of those documentation, because I do think that it will be useful not only to understand what you're assisting with in that regard for businesses, but also it might be able to assist us in our communities, in our constituencies. Mr. Stegman and Ms. Beukes, I'll allow you to allocate the questions accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Beukes will answer most of them. Just to come up first with the question that Mr. Honourable Member van der Westhuizen queried in terms of the 90,000 SIPs and the 30,000 and so on, and obviously the number which are served in our ports. There was indeed a study done on it, and Ms. Beukes can expand a little bit more. Perhaps just to say by way of introduction in answer to the question, the Saldanha port is one of a system of 8 ports. So it's the entire ecosystem that we need to think through. And Saldanha particularly has a connection into Cape Town port, which is more container and passenger or normal freight, and which is also the major export for most of our agricultural products, which runs close to 50% of total exports currently. We've also instituted a process under the leadership of the Minister, and HOD3 is also part of that process to improve the functioning of the Cape Town port more specifically, both in terms of turnaround times and reduced waiting times for ships coming into the port, as well as modernization of the cranes and other equipment within the port itself. So there's a whole series of issues in terms of our ports, which to some extent have been allowed to deteriorate, and not specifically marketing our ports, both in servicing, manufacturing, fabrication to the rest of the world, except for the more leisure market, which we're doing quite well as such. Saldanha, as I said earlier in my introduction, it's essentially a one-way port that exports ore. There's no local beneficiation. So part of the work that the team has done under the leadership of the CEO is to look at redevelopment. It's a long-standing issue under Operation Pekiza, which have not seen fulfillment apart from the OSSB quay, which has been built. But there's a tremendous amount of work that still requires to be done. And there's also been a lot of research done by Ms. Bekus and a team together with TMP, and she can also expand on those. So in part, it's the degree of the infrastructure, but it's also the efficiency of the entire port operations and targeting all the vessels that pass our shores in terms of whether it's for replenishing or for maintenance or for servicing, as the case might be, and tapping into that particular market, which is the challenge for us. As I said also in my introduction, there's been a big change in the Transnet TMPA approach. So we're beginning to build that partnership and dealing with the issues. And there's also been a number of successes in the Cape Town port. And another good thing in terms of C19 is for all the stakeholders to move a lot closer together and have a much more definitive series of requirements in liaison with the port manager and the like, particularly within Cape Town. And we've got a similar relationship with the port manager and also DPT, which is your port terminal in Saldanha. But Ms. Bekus can expand on all those issues as well as other questions which honourable member has posed. Kasifa, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, honourable members, and JC. Yes, so we can certainly share the document, the study that JC has referred to. We commissioned the study, and it's called the Situational Analysis on a global African, South African, and a Western Cape view of the opportunities, the weaknesses, the strengths, the shifts that are going, and the trends in the oil and gas and the maritime engineering and repair industries. We did this as part of our strategic planning work over the last year, well, the previous year, in preparation of the new 5-year strategic plan. So we can certainly share that document with the committee, because a lot of those insights from that study has been drawn into our new 5-year strategic plan and our operational plan going forward, which tells us, in a nutshell, to answer Honourable Van der Westhuizen's question on the potential infrastructure. So we need additional quaysides in our ports. The industry needs a quayside in order to attract their markets, their clients, to bring in vessels of all shapes and sizes into our ports, those 30,000 ships that are passing us by. Start of this year, we have taken a more activist role when it comes to marine infrastructure, and we have commissioned a cost-benefit analysis, which we will have the first draft outcomes from that report by the end of January. We're working with Transnet and the TNPA on that report, and essentially it's asking the question of the marine infrastructure that was promised under Operation Pekiza that never came about, as our chair has said. What will it take in order, what kind of model, what kind of commercial model needs to go out to the market so that the private sector can participate in those projects? We're re-looking at our demand from our pipeline, and that's the basis of that, and also consulting currently companies and opportunities that are not in our pipeline because this is a very dynamic industry. On the efficiencies and the tariffs, Benedicta Maslangu, who heads up our ease of doing business unit, can speak about the potential of efficiencies in the system that will attract, you know, I think further cement the value proposition of the industry to the Western Cape. So I can ask Benny to just speak about that. Then on the second question on the HR, the question on the 5-year fixed term contracts. Yeah, so this was decided in the early stages of the IDZ, considering the funding environment that we're in, that we were on a 3-year, actually initially we had 3-year contracts. And I believe it was last year that the board reviewed this through the HR committee and resolved to extend it to 5 years to exactly mitigate the risk that the honourable member was speaking about staff turnover and also commitment, and attracting the talent that we need in the company and retaining that. Because we are in a very startup phase still, and with COVID, this has not been easier for us. We are actually currently right now reviewing our human resource management policy and all those frameworks as part of a holistic governance review. I believe that we will retain that contracting position as a principle because of the uncertainty within our revenue streams, and in order to be able to manage then our organizational resources in line with that. On the page 66 that the member referred to, yeah, so that is part of the remuneration philosophy and the motivation behind that. We do benchmark at the 50th percentile, and as we've said in the annual report, we undertook a benchmarking exercise under the review, because previously it was done when we started 5 years prior to that, so it was necessary to review that. So hence why, and we did apply some of those outcomes from that benchmarking in line with our operational requirements and our operational abilities at the time. On the page 67, the performance rewards, I'll have my CFO answer that question because there's some context there that unfortunately is not in sync with the publishing of this document. So I'll ask Herman to answer that question. Yeah, maybe let me do, Chairperson, if you would allow me, before we get too far ahead, because Member Nkotla had 5 questions. I think let's deal with, I would like to deal with Honourable Member van der Westhuizen's questions first, in its entirety.
Thank you, Ms. Beekes. Before the next person takes over the answers, I would just like to excuse Minister Mania from the meeting. It is 7 minutes before 7. And I don't want him to be late for his personal engagement. Minister Mania, you're excused.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. We'll submit everything else if there's anything in writing. Thank you. Ms. Beekes, your team may continue. Thank you.
Sorry.
My apologies. My sound was not on. I'll just start again. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, honourable members in attendance. To respond to the question around how we assisting the investors, there was a survey run to get a sensitivity check with how are they doing pre and post, well, not post, but in the COVID times. And from that, actually, it was quite useful to be able to look at what can we therefore facilitate under ease of doing business. And the interventions have started with a very bespoke questionnaire, looking at where the red tape reduction elements can be facilitated. So that ranged from how they tap into the customs incentives, especially with regards to our free ports. Various introductions with key partners such as the municipality with whom we have a standing service level agreements, disaster management units in the municipality. So what I can summarize from that is the questionnaire was designed to identify the issues so that we can build interventions, and we're currently working in that space. And we are doing a lot of this work with assistance from the GTEC, the Government Technical Advisory Center, which is always useful because they quite au fait with the legislation, any kind of changes, and in some instances we're able to lobby on behalf of our investors where they need assistance. So, Madam Chair, I think that would cover how we are facilitating with that. And while I'm on the microphone, I'll just touch on the booklets that you see. Yes, those are ready, and we'll gladly share them or deliver them to your offices. So that's not a problem. But maybe to give context to them, this is work that was looking at, if I can say, you've got the one-stop shop, but we've focused our facilitation in terms of a one-stop shop service to service the maritime energy, oil and gas investors. So the SARS in particular, the procedures around SARS have to do with how you would be able to be eligible to be a customs control area enterprise. In essence, you can tap into the free port incentives, who is eligible, how you can go about applying for that. And also it's quite descriptive in the various transactions one finds, and it provides a really good cheat sheet, if you will. And as an investor, you don't want to go through the whole of SARS website, try and track what's the latest legislation and documents. And that's the idea behind it. So when you see it, Madam Chair, I wish I had a copy with me to just show you. It's just a palm-sized booklet that an investor, even if they had to pick it up, they can read on a flight while they're traveling between sort of coming from the IDZ to going to their various countries or other parts of the country. And the Home Affairs one, that was speaking to the visa, in particular the work visa requirements and how companies can go about that. And the idea, again, behind that is just to be able to give someone very clear answers of, I'm coming from here, what do I need to do, where do I need to apply? And that's the format of those two booklets, which we gladly share with yourselves. And of course, we also have electronic versions of these for perhaps other members who would like to have copies. I think that covers my section, Kashma.
Thanks, Benny. Herman?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members, honourable members. Honourable Van der Westhuizen, in terms of the performance rewards, the current, as Kashfa indicated, we are reviewing our current HR performance reward structure. But currently we are rating our staff on a 5-point scale, and where 5 is meet the target, and then it goes down in terms of have you met your target or not, and the performance reward is to a maximum of 25%. However, with our current environment and also the budget constraints that we are sitting with, we have looked at our performance rewards for this year under review, and the board has decided not to pay any performance rewards. So the numbers that's in front of you, it's just an accounting entry, so that the accounting, in terms of normal accounting practice, you make a provision of the expense that you would incur that relates to that financial year. However, this year that expense is now not going to take place, so the performance rewards as it stands in the annual report is not going to be paid out.
That will be corrected going forward in the reporting, just to clarify the accounting provision. Thank you, Nirvan. On Honourable Member Nkontlo's question, the first question on the SEZ amendments, yes, this has been a long time coming on the amendments to the SEZ Act, but withstanding that, what the DTI had initiated, actually they had a working session in February at Kucha, with all of the IDZs attending on a new, what Minister Patel wanted to introduce was a 10-year strategic framework for the SEZ program. And we debated on that framework at the day in various working groups at the session in Kruger. And we did record all of the feedback and have carried that feedback over to the DTI. The DTI has hence incorporated some of those feedback from that working session. Obviously, COVID has put a dent in on their intended timelines on rolling out that SEZ framework. But at the last quarterly CEO forum meeting that I attended, where all of the CEOs of the SEZs and IDZs come together with the DTI on a quarterly basis, we were informed that they are now able to take up that work on implementing the 10-year strategic plan framework for the SEZs. And as in the document and what the chair describes in his opening statement in the annual report, is that what we see is that the DTI has taken a position of placing SEZs in an industrial ecosystem. So it's not just the SEZs and the land that they're on and all of the interventions and incentives that that may come about there, but it's also looking at a spatially based industrial policy approach. And they are also using the district model, the district development model, which in the Western Cape is the JDAs, to also work with Kochte and the associated departments to implement some of those spatially orientated industrial policy approaches and principles that come from the new SEZ framework through the district model. So the DTI is very committed to aligning with other units and other departments across government in order to put that down. On the other side, during the year also, what National Treasury, what I also informed from the CEO forum, National Treasury has undertaken a spending review on the SEZ program nationally. We participated and gave all of our information from our AFS over the last few years in that. We are awaiting the report from National Treasury when they are ready to issue it. Because for us, it would also be quite interesting to see how the results from and the findings from that review. Generally, I would want to say on your question of the impact of the lockdown on IDZs, we have been affected, not just the Sultana Bay IDZ, but each and every other SEZ is in the same boat as the whole of the economy. So for us, our revenue percentage is small versus some of the others that have been long operational, and their revenue contribution to their funding model is a higher proportion. So, you know, businesses that had to close during the essential period of the lockdown, where only essential companies could operate, they have asked for rental reprieves. We have negotiated rental deferment plans with those tenants that were affected by the lockdown. And that's one of the things that I raise in the report. But each and every other IDZ has had to have deep conversations, close conversations with each of their tenants to understand how the COVID pandemic on the health as well as the economic side is affecting each of their businesses. So for us, none of our businesses have gone into liquidation, as some of the other SEZs and IDZs have experienced. But this is a very tough time for business in general across the country. And in that vein, what we have done in the new revised business path is really reconfigure our operational spending. And that's why, as Herman referred to, the board has taken the decision not to pay the performance incentive for the year under the review, and also to align our budget to revenue generating opportunities as much as possible. Because we do have, and we remain committed to reaching break even as our commitment with our shareholder, our minister, and DDAT and Provincial Treasury that we concluded last year, is that we still aim to break even by the 1st of April 2023. And this is going to require us to react dynamically and opportunistically to opportunities that we foresee and that we identify in our markets as they come about. On the legislative strengthening then, I want to say that on the amendments to the SEZ Act, they are always welcome because they give clarity in certain areas of good corporate governance, which is why our board keeps this on the radar in our audit, IT and risk committee, as well as then going up to the board. But we really are, in a way, I would almost want to say beyond that now, because it's really a situation of surviving this period and reacting to the situation as it unfolds before us on a daily basis. But that is on my radar and the board's radar. So certainly on page 14, Member Nkotlo, when you refer to us standing on our own 2 feet, it is very much part of the focus of the company, and you can tell in the language that we have, and I hope you can see in what the feedback that we've given today that is central to what we're driving in the IDZ. And in my opening on page 14, when I speak about the capacity constraints and challenges, I want to reiterate that the entity has the human and the knowledge capital. We have the systems in process and processes, and we have the right positioning with our markets to advance our business plan and our strategic objectives and create the opportunities in the economy that we all wish to see. But what we require now, and it's becoming quite evident through COVID, is that we require the financial and the policy capital to get through this and make that a reality. So what I list as our priorities for the next few years is we need to invest in additional infrastructure in land and facilities. And hence why we are looking at equity partnerships and various strengthening of partnerships with the private sector, as well as other parastatals in that regard. We need to invest in efficient processes, which Benedicta and her team are leading. It's all about really responding to what hinders business from taking off and operating in the zone. We need to conclude the outstanding matters with the TNPA on our leases, as well as the offset mechanisms with the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, because what has happened is through the environmental framework, some of our land, some key land has become sterilized and undevelopable. We need to progress on our sector-led supply chain, as you've said, because what the fundamental object and one of the impacts that one wants to see from the IDZ is that the local economy benefits from this. We have had good progress in this regard over the past year, with over 200 million from our infrastructure program being localized through the construction program to local contractors. And then we need to progress with the innovation campus, because that gives us resiliency to the next phase and to the future in a 4IR, in a very more complex and digitally based environment. So the question on the board member, I'm going to ask our board chairperson to answer that.
Yeah, we're currently reviewing that particular processes through you, Chair. We hope to finalize some of the issues over the next 2 months. I think one thing we also need to take into account, given I think the processes that are locally, and that Mrs. Bekus also alluded to, we probably will have to look at a change in the composition of the board over the next year. But that depends on how things progress locally, as well as a bit more wider domestically in the country as a whole, and given the different partners that we need to bring on board. But I think also important, we have a very, very close, most of our community work either directly or work very closely with municipality, and we can talk about that later via our CEO to via Daniel Manuel, who's very much involved in all the stakeholder relationships locally, and we can take you through that in a moment if necessary. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tracy. Then on the question of the 3 long-term bids on page 15, Dale Paulson is our supply chain manager and he's on the call, so I'll ask him to answer that, give the detail behind that.
Good afternoon and thank you, Chair and Honourable Member, for the question. So the question is basically around our 3 major infrastructure contracts which we advertised last year, and as Kashwa mentioned, it's about efficiency and long-term procurement. So it's initially 3-year contracts with a possibility of extending it by an additional year. The first contract was a framework agreement or panel appointment for a number of consultants, being engineers, architects, and quantity surveyors, and they'll be doing the designs for a lot of the top structures for new potential tenants in the zone. The second framework agreement is for contractors, some of the more major to medium contractors in South Africa will actually be erecting the top structures for the tenants. And then the third panel was a framework agreement for occupational health and safety officers. So in essence, these framework agreements do not include only one contractor or one consultant, but a group of companies from within the Western Cape and within South Africa as well. And that's it. Thank you, Kashwa.
Thanks, Dale. Then member in Kortlo's question on the issues raised from the survey. Yeah, that was a very, I think it was a very good idea from the team to do this top 20 survey through COVID. So the issues raised from that survey on page 35, I'm going to particularly highlight two of them. So the SEZ fund and the BIS fund. And it also relates to your members' question on page 39 on the funding model, where you'll see that a large part of the majority of our capital funding, our funding, has come from the DTI and historically from the SEZ funding, from the SEZ fund. The SEZ fund had a budget cut in the first adjustment budget, and I haven't seen it explicitly yet, but I do believe that there's been a second cut now by the National Minister of Finance. So what that means is that it's going to get really tough for any of the SEZs to access funding from the SEZ fund going forward. And so we, as a collective of CEOs and the SEZs, have actually discussed this, and we are aligned to looking at and positioning ourselves for alternative financing mechanisms. And I do believe actually PIA has actually gone some way in that regard in Atlantis. But that is because what the SEZ fund is, it's part of the incentive package. It's a government grant for building in infrastructure for top structures and for emerging companies and for companies coming into the IDZ, and particularly in this economic environment. It provides an incentive to come into the IDZ. And if we and any of the other IDZs do not have access to that, we need to sit and review and think about where else we can serve the need of the value that grant fulfills, but still in a way that doesn't put unnecessary burden and certainly doesn't put the SEZ entity into undue risk. Because there's debt financing and there's all sorts of things available, but we need to look at that. And the CFO is including that in his financial planning, remodeling of the entity. The other issue that was raised in the survey was the BIS applications, which is meant to be an incentive and a support measure to Black industrialists. Our tenants have had challenges accessing the BIS fund over the past few months, and we're working quite closely with the DTI unit to understand where the delays are and the reasons for the delays, and working with our tenants then on the other hand to ensure that they submit documentation that is exactly answers the requirements from the DTI. It is a bit of a convoluted process because it goes through the regional office first, due diligence, and then goes through the national officer. And we have found some communication gaps in that process. But the team under Addenda, who is caretaking the business development function, we have been working quite closely and relentlessly, I want to say, to ensure that the accountable relationship, the professional relationships that we have with the DTI are accountable on both ends. But this is going to remain a challenge for our tenants going forward. But our level of comfort is we're working as hard as we can. But really, sometimes things are out of our hands and they are up to the national DTI administrative processes to process. Then lastly, Member Nkotlo, on your question on page 39, then in terms of the funding models. I'll ask Herman to answer that question. But as I've said before, it will definitely change, as I've discussed earlier on the ECZ funding side, potentially.
Thank you, Koshifa. Honourable Member Nkondlo, the funding model will definitely change going forward. You're 100% correct. The funding model, as it is indicated in the annual report, is since inception, since 2014, and as we start to generate own revenue, the funding from the Western Cape government will then be replaced with that own revenue. So for the next 3 years, there will still be some Western Cape government OPEX included in the funding model, but after that, that will phase out. Thank you.
Thank you, Edmund. Just lastly, to link to the board chairperson's feedback on the board member and also on the bigger question of the board and community relationship, and I would want to say the IDZ and community relationship, I'd like to bring in Danielle just to give an overview of the community interface currently as it sits right now with the municipality.
Afternoon. Thank you very much, Kashfa. Good afternoon, honourable members. Just in terms of our engagements with the community, so we have a very close relationship with Saldanha Bay Municipality, and we are committed to, with the municipality, engaging in dialogue and conversations with community. So ensuring that whatever engagements we do have with communities are aligned to the municipal public participation processes, and that together we have one conversation with them. So our thoughts are also around to collectively embark on a social facilitation process. So we are aware of the increase of protests that might, come about in the new year, and very proactively with the municipality and also with other provincial departments through the establishment of WOZA, the whole of society approach. So including the Department of Social Development, Health, Education, and so forth, all the frontline service delivery staff or frontline service delivery departments are continuously engaging and keeping each other abreast of what the developing community dynamics are. So I think, to give the committee members comfort that we are doing this collaboratively with local government, provincial and national departments that are frontline service delivery members within communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Danielle. Chairperson, Betty already, we note that the member Biko documents will be sent to us and we will respond to that. And Benedict has already answered your question on the SARS and DHA booklets that we will be more than happy to send to the committee. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Members, I'll take a round of follow-up questions now. Going once. Going twice. Members, if there are no follow-up questions, Member Nkondlo, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I've got, I think it's just one, if it's not two questions, on section, I think it's section C on HR.
page 68, 69. Understanding that the entity is still in its...
Apologies for interrupting you. Is page 68 part of part C of the annual report?
Isn't it, Chair?
It's part D.
Is it part D? Okay, you may go ahead. Apologies. I just wanted to make sure that we're not venturing into SCOPA's mandate now. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. No, I just want to get some clarity. I see there are 4 resignations of the professionals. Maybe the CEO and the team can just explain what would have been, is that an indication first of a high turnover in as far as your professional skills are concerned, and what could be, you know, the reason behind that? And also, I think the work that still needs to be put in terms of your employment equity profile, if one considers what is on page 69. I think those are just the 2 comments and the question I wanted to pose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. I don't see any other hands, so I'm going to ask now if there's anyone from the public who would like to ask questions as well. If there are no members from the public, and I've already posed Mr. Mbiko's documentation for tabling to the entities, Ms. Beekers, you can answer those for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will ask Timpakazi Kobisi, our HR officer, to answer the 2 questions on the 4 resignations and then the EE profile on page 69. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Temagazi. I'm the HR officer for the Saldanha Bay IDZ. I will start with page 68, the resignations. Those 4 resignations are from our professional, and the reason for resignation, all 4 of, actually 3 of them was a relocation, 2 relocated to overseas, and 1 relocated to another province. And the other one got a better offer in one of the big companies in Cape Town. So yeah, that was the basically reason for resignation. And on our staff turnover, we quite good, and people are not just leaving us; they are leaving us for somewhere else. And for the EE reporting, okay, so this question always comes up every year. So currently, we are using the provincial targets to do our EE plan, and whenever we advertise our positions, we try as much as we can to get to match the provincial targets, which we think we're still in par with the provincial targets. And the only difference that we have, the only major difference is the Indians, of which we've been trying to get them on board. We're hoping in the coming years we'll be able to do that.
Thank you so much. I think those are all of the questions. And with that, I'm going to thus thank the board as well as the officials, the CEO, Ms. Beekers, also for being here today and answering our questions. It has been a very difficult year during COVID, but you have done amazing work at the Saldanha IDZ. I think personally, I feel always by the end of the year, I've always exhausted all of my questions in the previous meetings, and we also had an oversight at Saldanha Bay. And with that, I'm going to ask if there's any other questions that members please put those in writing. And with that, I'll also now excuse Saldanha Bay IDZ.
Thanks very much.
Have a wonderful season.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Aye.
Perfect. Members, what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow now for a 6-minute leg stretch until 16:30. And then we're going to continue and commence with the department's annual report. Thank you. It's past 4. We're going to now have the departmental annual report. It is going to follow the same format as the previous ones. And with the departmental report, I'm going to allow the HOD, Mr. Fourie, to do some remarks. And also, because the ASEZ is not a company just yet, I'm going to allow Dr. Vos to do introductory remarks. But if you could just direct the questions, if you have any, for Atlantis SEZ to Mr. Fourie. But we also have had a comprehensive briefing in November as well. But if you have any questions, please let us know in the questions round. Mr. Fourie, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honourable members. I just want to introduce the senior members of my team this afternoon. I've got Ms. Memuna Abrams, who is the Chief Financial Officer. I've got Ms. Cheryl Julius Kahembe, who is the Director for Strategic Operations and Support. I've got Ms. Joanne Johnston, who is the Deputy Director General, responsible for our economic and strategic services. I've got Mr. Rashid Tofi, who's the Deputy Director General, responsible for economic operations. And then I've got Mr. John Peters, who's the Chief Director, responsible for integrated economic development services. I've got Ms. Ilse van Skalkwyk, who's responsible for both the sector development and the tourism units. And I've got Mr. Nizam Joseph, who's the Chief Director responsible for skills development. We also have Ms. Helen Davies, who's responsible for the green economy, Chief Director Green Economy. Mr. Tim Paul, who's Chief Director for the digital economy, and Ms. Bianca Mplaja-Skif, who is the Chief Director for integrated strategic support. Chair, those that's the senior team. I mean, obviously we've got quite a lot of other people. You've mentioned the fact that we've got Dr. Pierre Bourges also here, who's the acting CEO of Atlantis. Chair, I know we've had a long afternoon thus far, but I think it's important just to put the context in which the Department of Economic Development and Tourism is tabling their 2019-2020 annual report. It's against the backdrop of the department needing to support economic services that spans a whole wide range of activities. I think it's probably the one area where we work with small, medium enterprises, where we work with large corporates, where we work with different stakeholders and business interest groups, where we do things like SMME growth, where we do things like individual skills development, where we are enormously involved in looking at energy security and the areas around that, where we push quite hard together with our entities that we support, Westgrow and the Saldanha by IDZ and the Atlantis SEZ investment attractions, where we push very hard the whole concept of red tape reduction and making it easier to do business, and where, of course, we do an enormous amount of export promotion and the promotion of tradable sectors, including BPO, including tourism, and including quite a lot of other sectors that we get involved in. So it really is a very, very vast area that this department has to spend time in and has to apply its mind, looking for opportunities for economic growth and for job creation. Chair, I want to just highlight, and I know that 2020 seems a long way away as we're going into the end of 2020, but that year has been a challenging year. This was before COVID, and already then our country faced an enormously difficult economic performance and economic environment. Business confidence was low. Our gross domestic product continued to decline. We had a few sovereign debt repayment outlooks downgraded, and our growth was pedestrian. And so at best, we were looking forward to ramping up in the year 2020, 2021. But of course, as we all know, in February of 2020, and definitely for us in March, COVID hit. But COVID had already hit the global world in October, November of 2019. And we had seen a significant challenge with regards to global trends and global supply chains being disrupted. And therefore, the context in which this annual report is being tabled is a very, very strange context. And when we look forward to what is going to happen in the future, it becomes even more concerning, Chair. And so, of course, for us as the department, we're responsible for ensuring that we have an economic recovery plan for the Western Cape. We are very, very keen to get a bounce back in a number of sectors and in a number of areas. But then we've got to get a sustained bounce up, because only that is going to enable continued growth. Our view over the short, the medium to longer term is that we probably, as a country and as a region, going to see an elongated U-shaped recovery curve, which means the recovery is going to take a little longer and it's going to be a little slower. And we are going to see areas where we are going to get an uptick. And I think that's what's giving us a bit of hope into the future. But Chair, the report is for the 2019-2020 year, and the team and I are ready to answer any questions, take any comments which the honourable members have, as we seek to collectively work hard in ensuring that our economy takes an uptick and that we can get a significant job creation going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fourie. Dr. Voges, are you online?
Chair, I'm right here. I'm here.
Wonderful. I'll allow you now to make some remarks. I do know that we did have quite a comprehensive briefing on the update of the ASEZ, but if there's anything specific that you would like to highlight, you have the floor now.
Chair, nothing really. I think I've been quite comprehensive in the briefing we've done to you and the Standing Committee in Atlantis. It was nice to have you there, I must say, and I hope it happens again when we make some progress. I think, as you know, we featured under the report of Wescro in the period up to the 30th of March of this year. We featured as a program under Wescro. We only became a fully fledged state-owned enterprise operating from the 1st of April this year, the beginning of this financial year. I think, Chair, I'm not going to go into anything that was said in our briefing session. I'll bore you and the Standing Committee members, and I do not want to do that. The good thing that has happened, and I need to mention that, is that the land agreement has been signed by the City of Cape Town, or has been approved by the City of Cape Town on the 3rd of December, and the Western Cape government approved all those agreements on the 8th of December, that is this Tuesday. That means the sale agreement is now approved for the land to be transferred to the SEZ company. The shareholders agreement has been approved, by which the City of Cape Town will be a 46% shareholder in the SEZ company, and the Western Cape government will be a 54% shareholder. And that 54% is made up of the historic and last 2 years operational budget contribution from the Western Cape government to the SEZ company. That shareholding of the Western Cape government will increase as the operational budget is increased over the next couple of years, and then also operationalized to be reflected in the shareholding. I think I did say to you, Chair, it's quite remarkable, and I need to say it because sometimes we miss these things. It has been a tricky negotiation process, difficult, but it's been quite creative and innovative. It's the first time in South Africa that a municipality becomes a minority shareholder in a provincial state-owned enterprise. And we already have interest now from other SEZs and similar organizations to try and follow the same kind of cooperation agreement between the municipality of Cape Town and the province. And we hope that that could be a bit of a blueprint for property development and latent land development of the province and the city in the future, where you can make land sweat much, much better in terms of gross domestic product and jobs for the community and the province. Just lastly, Chair, I did mention to you that we will convene in our last meeting in Atlantis. I did mention to you that we will convene our first investment committee meeting to consider investor applications. The first investment committee meeting was held on the same day that the land was approved. Funny enough, the land was approved by the Western Cape Cabinet whilst we were having the investment committee meeting, and the investment committee has approved 2 investor applications, and we will now enter into final negotiations to conclude the lease agreement. And they're quite significant investments. We hope that that'll be concluded over the next 6 months or so. And Chair, lastly, I really hope that we can show that we can break ground around about this time next year. That means in the last quarter of 2021, meaning breaking ground for the top structure of these investments. That's the target. It's a hefty target, but if you don't push yourself into a corner from a target point of view, you're also not going to get to those targets. So, Chair, I don't want to go into anything more. You know about the master plan. You know about the urban regeneration plan. This year, financial year, our first 10 months in this financial year, or 9 months, was used as the building blocks, to put the building blocks in place, which is basically the land, which I refer to, the whole investor process, the application process, and doing a due diligence on those investors, as was submitted to the investment committee this week. And we're ready now in 2021 to really get into the action of an SEZ. That means submitting our SEZ fund application for those 2 top structures. We couldn't do it earlier because we have to show control of the land, as in terms of the SEZ Act. And I think we're now ready for, after the building blocks being put in place, to get this SEZ into real action. And real action, Chair, is nothing else than breaking ground for the top structure of investors. Anything else is not progress. That's the only real criteria for progress. I think I'll stop there, Chair, because if I say anything else now, I'm going to say things that I've explained to you in detail already during our session in Atlantis. Thank you for the opportunity, and may I wish you and the other honourable members a very pleasant, happy and blessed Christmas after what was, I think, for all of us, a particularly tough and strange year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's always wonderful hearing passionate people, and I know that the Economic Development and Tourism Department is full of lots of passionate people, including its entities. Okay, members, with that, I'm tabling now the Part A, B, and D of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. Please indicate whether you have any questions. Honorable Nkondlo. Anyone else? Honorable van der Westhuizen. Okay, in that order, Honorable Nkondlo and then Honorable van der Westhuizen. And then after that, I will also put Mr. Mbiko's questions and input. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the remarks, and I think the well wishes also from the Atlantis IDZ. Yes, indeed, it has been a very strange year. As we conclude, I think with these annual reports, we must admit we thank life. Chair, in terms of the annual report, I want to start with in reference to page 13, and considering that this is an annual report that actually helps to close the to close and in a way start the last administration to the new administration. And then one is interested to check whether the department is able to provide a sectoral breakdown of job numbers between the 2014 and the 20-year resulting from the investment facilitation and trade deals. And I'm raising this because in the main, I think the previous focus of Project Khulisa, amongst others, was having a particular interest on job creation and numbers in that regard. So one is interested which sectors those trade deals would which the department can indicate, and the financial value thereof. Another one, Chair, is I think there on page 13, again, is just to get some clarity about, I think, this SMME Booster Fund, that to date, if one were to understand from, its implementation, that the number of organizations, I mean, the 17 organizations mentioned there, again, which sectors were considered, what was the selection criteria for the participation of these SMMEs, what is their size, and their success factors at this level, and whether these organizations have already been receiving funding from the department. But also in terms of the booster fund itself, what is its relationship in terms of job creation? Are there any numbers we can be able to derive from, the support given to these SMMEs and their a function to enable job creation? If so, does the department have those numbers? And then in terms of the energy game changer and energy security game changer, which also linked to the issue of the small energy generators. I remember, I think the provincial minister has spoken much about municipalities in good financial position which would be allowed. And recently, I think as the standing committee also undertook an oversight visit in this regard. So what I'm interested to know is actually in the municipalities that we have, can we be is there an indication which are those that have already have this SSEG policies? I know when we visited, I think there was work in both Mossel Bay and George. What is the situation with the other municipalities as far as this particular project of the energy game changer is concerned? Where are these municipalities? And by this year, what is the likelihood, especially in this one that we are reporting on, what is the likelihood of those municipalities ready to actually start rolling out their generation, especially into the new financial year? So I just want to understand that, Chair. And maybe lastly, just to say, in terms of the priorities, because the previous priorities would have been your oil and gas, your agri-processing, and your tourism. So I'm interested to know the numbers, in terms of these specific sectors, because these are sectors that have been identified specifically, I think, because of the nature of the focus by the provincial economic strategy, but also I think because I believe they are sort of future sectors, which is your oil and gas, as we just spoken to Saldanha ITZ now, agri-processing and tourism. So I'm just checking whether those job numbers that were in Project Khulisa, can we safely say we have managed to sort of deliver on as we start, under the new revised strategy with the VIPs and the others? Thank you, Chair, for now.
Thank you so much. Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just first a question on page 18 of the annual report. It speaks of an asset count date, 2019. Now, I'm just wondering why would we have 2019 there as a date? Perhaps if Mr. Furiku does just check, because I would expect that an asset count would be done at the end of the financial year and not prior to the financial year. But then just more for information, page 33, we've heard from Dr. Stegman earlier in terms of the Cape Town and Saldanha ports and the efficiency, and he even went so far to say that the ports have been neglected, that there have been some decay. I also know that there was some intervention at the Cape Town port to try and improve the efficiency of the port at a time when there were a lot of complaints regarding the handling of goods in the port. Perhaps if we could be informed, what is the current position there in the Cape Town harbour? The second one, page 34, and as you may know by now, Chair, I have a very strong feeling that the turnaround times for the approval of building plans at the various municipalities is so important and can play such a big role in economic growth and economic activity. Now, it seems to me as if the department has been working with our various municipalities. Perhaps Mr. Fourie can just inform us whether they keep track of the turnaround times for the approval of building plans in the various municipalities, and also what is the current position there. And the reason why I'm asking is that I'm quite concerned that the feedback that I've been receiving from some people that have submitted plans at various municipalities is that some are extremely slow in approving of those building plans. And if we experience such backlogs during this economic slump, I fear when we have our next economic growth spurt, which I do hope we will see. The next question is just what is the current status of the projects Pakisa, which was a national one aimed also, which included our marine economy, and then Project Kulisa, Kulisa being a provincial initiative which was launched in February 2015 for a period of 5 years. So it seems to me then as if Project Kulisa may have come to an end, but if we could just get the latest on that. And then my second last question, Chair, is regarding export promotion, and particularly the wine export promotion. If Mr. Fourie or his staff could just tell us how are those wines selected. I see they are listing some wine producers, but these are relatively small producers of wine. If you could just tell us how successful has this initiative been, and I also found it quite interesting that you've concentrated not only on China, which I think is almost I want to say a logical potential market, because I think of the balance of trade with China being very much in the favor of China as it is, but then you also included some African countries, and not necessarily all the biggest African countries. So why did you select those countries for export promotion? And then the last question is just, Chair, when we speak about attracting additional investment, and we know that Wesgro is concentrating on particularly private investment, my question is, to what extent can we, or can the department also work towards attracting what I would almost want to call is internal investment, investment in infrastructure from central government and its entities. And here I'm thinking again back to the harbour, investment into the Cape Town International Airport, and perhaps we can hear, because at one stage the doubling of the airport was quite high on the priority list. Now the airports company is also experiencing financial distress. but also investment into the upgrading of our national roads, our dams in the Western Cape, etc. Is there a role to play for this department to ensure that the infrastructure in the Western Cape is on par and that we are not neglected by the central government in this regard? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member van der Westhuizen. And then I'll just quickly put mine as well as Mr. Mbiko's questions, but I'll do his first quickly. So I think DDAT knows about the Nyanga development Mr. Mbiko is speaking about, as he brought it up last year as well. And I would just like to ask that our procedural officer just forwards that documentation to DDAT. He also requested a committee meeting in the respect of the documentation. My recommendation to him was that I put it to the members this afternoon, that based on his documentation that we have a joint committee meeting between Economic Development and Tourism, local government and the Premier Committee to understand the obstacles, because majority of the mandate of what he is requesting from us does actually not fall within our particular oversight mandate, although some does relate to economic development in general. And I did communicate to Mr. Mbiko that I would propose this resolution, engage the members' views on this. And also he wanted to find out regarding his previous resolutions from last year. We can also forward that in case some of them have not been answered yet, but perhaps that's something our procedural officer can also assist us with sending to the department. And I also indicated to Mr. Mbiko that despite him indicating that I promised to fast-track legislation, I did not indicate so, but I did indicate to him that I would find out what the blockages is in legislation being drafted on a local government arena. And he did respond to me to thank the committee and our procedure for responding so quickly on the respective matters. He also sent a previous document, which I did ask to be forwarded to the respective departments, as it did not fall under the Department of DDAT. But in writing via email, I've also indicated this to him, and he was satisfied with the respective responses. Mr. Fourie, I don't know whether you are appraised of Mr. Mbiko's matters. If so, are you able to speak to that? If not, then we can always just forward it to DDAT, and you can then submit in writing so that he has those particular responses in writing as well. And then from myself, I just wanted to ask on page 122, as well as page 123 of the annual report, previously in the original budget of this year, the main budget, it was obviously indicated that Laingsburg and Cape Agulhas and Witzenberg would be receiving some money for informal trading and space and business development. And I just wanted to find out, is that still going ahead? Because I have some informal traders in Laingsburg who's asked me if it's still going ahead, and they're concerned that COVID might impact on this particular project. And I would just like to give them some answers in this regard, but I did say I would come back to them. And given that the economic cluster would like to visit the Cape Agulhas area, I would like just to find out, because I know one of the projects also with informal trading is also in Agulhas that you've recently allocated money to. And I just want to find out what the progress is in that regard and whether it would be possible to visit this space. And then on page 123 as well, you mentioned that money has been allocated to Pick n Pay to assist with infrastructure support to township spas or shops. And I just want to find out if you could give us some more information on this. But I also would just like to highlight, and it's not in the annual report, but I just want to bring it to your attention officially. I received a query from Honorable Nkondlo regarding a query regarding Pick n Pay in Delft, and they're struggling with the upgrading of the electricity to commercial level. I have forwarded to the officials respectively and put everyone in touch with each other. But I just want to find out what is the department in general able to assist with when there are queries such as this, because there might be other companies who are going through similar problems where they're trying to upgrade electricity. And previous, for example, I had to contact Eskom directly to put electricity into a community hall, despite that particular municipality basically licking Eskom to put the electricity in. And eventually within 1-2 days, they put the electricity in because they were supposed to do so anyway. And I don't think it's fair for companies and municipalities and individuals and entrepreneurs and small businesses to almost smeek, the Afrikaans word is smeek, to smeek Eskom to be doing these things. And also with the electricity upgrade, I just want to find out, does that then lie with the municipality? Because how do we then unblock that particular type of red tape so that companies such as the company in Delft do not have to struggle in the future? Thank you so much. Those are my questions. Mr. Fourie, you can allocate them accordingly.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, I'm going to start with Honourable Nkondlo's questions on page 13. And on Nkondlo, if I can combine question 1 and question 4, because they do actually touch base with each other. So the first question on question 1 is with regards to the sectoral job breakdown from investment and trade deals. Now, that largely is in the ambit of Wesgro. But in our report, Honourable Nkondlo, on I think it's page 85, we also give a kind of a breakdown of some of those activities and where those sectors are. But I think the larger question that you've asked in that it was in question 4, and that is under the targeted sectors that we had in Project Kalisa, which was oil and gas, tourism and agri-processing. Those closeout figures that we had run over the 5 years, those figures are available, but we obviously didn't report it in this particular report as aggregated figures, largely because they span 5 years. But I am going to ask later on for Ilse van Schalkwyk just to come in on that, if there is going to be any further points. But again, there we are really, because Kalisa has been closed out, we are able to give written results on the number of jobs and the level of the gross value add, which were our targets that we had aimed for those 3 particular sectors. But the first question of the breakdown, that largely is around the investment and the trade deals that Wesgro pulls in, and those figures, if not fully explained under program 3, which is section 4.3 of the performance area, we can actually give those details later. On the SMME Booster Fund, I'm going to ask John Peters just to answer on that one. I'm going to ask Helen Davies to answer the question on the energy security and the small scale embedded generation questions, and particularly the question about municipalities in good standing and where we are with the current situation of getting that project off the ground. John, would you be able to just answer the Booster Fund question?
Okay, thank you very much, Solly. Thank you very much for the question. Just on the Booster Fund, just bearing in mind that this was almost a ring fence allocation that we received from Provincial Treasury that looked specifically at how do we leverage support and expand support to SMMEs. What we did was we had a process, an open and transparent process, and we asked for SMME support organizations, hence the almost 400 SMEs that we could get. So SME support organizations could pitch or submit proposals to us in the following categories. The one was SMMEs that were in high growth phase, in other words, where there's good growth potential. The second was SMEs in distress, and this followed directly from the energy and also the water crisis. And then the infrastructure development support to SMMEs. So those were the three categories that we received, that we put out. I think I mentioned it previously. We received over 200 applications, of which 18 was confirmed or supported. One fell off. I think that was the Quebec one. So we ended up with 17. So the project itself was actually a mixed bag of interventions that basically span the entire spectrum of SMMEs. I'll just mention the project. The one was Labit, which was in Paul, and that was for early stage youth startup businesses, and it was basically mentorship and incubation. Then we had the Innovator Trust, which was looking at technology in terms of business development. Then we had the Launch Lab, which looked at early stage women entrepreneurship support. That Launch Lab actually won the tender now to do the waterfront enterprise development. Then the infrastructure projects included the Cape Agulhas municipality, and these were all container parks to an extent, except for the Laingsburg one, which was an actually fully built infrastructure. And I was there on a site visit about a month ago, and they were about 70% complete. I just got a photo which showed they're I would say about 90% complete with the first part of it. So I actually spoke to one of those ladies there that was selling roosterbrood, and she said that she's going to be, there we go. She's going to be one of the first to actually get a spot in that one. And then we had Edge Growth, who does also SME development, specifically in the micro small enterprises. Then the Sarebi, which is located in the Atlantis SEZ, looking specifically at incubation or support to tech type businesses in that area. The CISA one was township and peri-urban based businesses. Then the False Bay College was very much on the sort of startup tech type business, but focusing on youth businesses. The Witzenberg municipality is also an infrastructure project. In the Fixed Forward, I don't know if you know Fixed Forward, is basically what they do is, especially a huge database of black artisans who do work in private homes, and they vet these guys. Part of the support that they provided there is generating more leads and contacts for these young entrepreneurs or self-employed people to generate higher income. And then True North was one of our ECD sort of umbrella organizations, and because we see ECDs as businesses, we provided support to them. The Laingsburg one I explained the Laingsburg one, and then the South African Education Project was also a ECD umbrella project where 15 ECDs were supported there. Then the other one was Productivity SA, which looked specifically at the category of businesses in distress. Yeah, and then the last one there is Kailicha Bandwidth Bond, which looked at your tech businesses in that specific area. We did a check as at the 20th of May, during May, and we recorded additional jobs of 205 that were generated by that project. That project is continuing. We should see the end of that project and then be able to assess the full value or the impact of that project by, I would say, by June next year. Okay, so yeah, that takes care of the booster fund. Then maybe just to, and it ties in with the following questions. I just want to maybe to give more detail. I'll ask Faye to just touch on the Cape Agulhas and then also the Laingsburg one, and then also while she's there, she could maybe just answer and give more details on the building plan project that we did, basically an electronic system that we put into most of the municipalities. And then seeing that, we also looking at the focus on the Pick and Pay one. Maybe Joshua can answer that one because he's been dealing with Eskom and Pick and Pay with regard to that electricity problem. And then also maybe Joshua will add to what we've done to the other Pick and Pays in terms of electricity connection. Maybe just to give a sort of a precursor to the Pick and Pay issue, what we found was that in many cases, because of the underdevelopment in the townships, the infrastructure is not almost purpose-built or built open enough to accommodate the sort of bigger developments. So what we found, I think, in 2 of those Pick n Pay stores, where our money had to maybe cover a portion of the conversion of single phase to 3-phase, or what we did, I think, with 2 stores, we managed to do that, where we convinced the City of Cape Town through the council to waive the fees for the upgrade, which is about 250,000. So maybe if Joshua can touch on that one, and then Faye can do the Laingsburg and Cape Agulhas, and then also tie into the building plans at the municipalities.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can I proceed?
Yes, go ahead, Faye.
Thank you. So just in relation to the 3 trading infrastructure booster projects, the one lies in Witzenberg, one in Bredasdorp in Cape Agulhas, and the other one, of course, is Laingsburg. Mr. Peters has provided some background to the 3 infrastructure projects. Just to add that both the Cape Agulhas one as well as the Witzenberg one are containerized trading facilities, and the Laingsburg is an actual built structure that's being erected as we speak. Chair, the Laingsburg one is a particularly interesting one and one to be proud of. The launch is next week, the 17th of December, and there is been quite a process in trying to invite local participants to not just apply, but to come forth and look at taking occupancy of the trading facilities. Linked to the trading infrastructure provided, we also provided the municipality with support in order to do some training for the SMEs in Laingsburg. So that launches on the 17th of December. The one in Cape Agulhas, again, very interesting. In fact, the standing committee will be the first formal committee that will be visiting the Cape Agulhas just pre its launch on the 9th of February. I believe the municipality is looking forward to hosting the standing committee, and we are also trying to see if we can have the launch on the same day. So Cape Agulhas is also complete, Laingsburg is near completion, and Witzenberg's completion is underway. If I could also then just touch on the building plan issues raised by Member van der Westhuizen. I think the short answer, Member, is yes, we do keep track. The department's support was provided through digitized systems assisting the municipality. So we kind of followed a 2-3 phase approach. One, we assisted the municipalities to assess where they needed to improve their efficiencies. These were called the business process assessments. Off the back of the assessments, we would then make recommendations of what they could implement in order to improve their systems. There's a reflection later on in our narrative that about 75% of the recommendations have been taken up by those municipalities that has the resources and the maturity to adopt the improvement measures. So yes, where we have supported the digitization, we keep track of what is being implemented. We record pre-data and we record post-data, and that's why we could give you a sense of the 5 municipalities where the building application process actually improved. Overstrand, Witzenberg, Prince Albert, Beaufort West, and even Kanderland have managed to reduce their processing times. We can also provide the committee with some details of specific municipalities. And then I think the second question that the member asked was sort of what's the current status? So effectively what we found at the time of lockdown 5 is that where business would need to submit physical plans to a municipality and they were locked down, that's where a bottleneck would occur. Those that were under the tutelage of the department able to implement the digitized support that we were providing could then virtually submit via the portal. During the heart of, I think, lockdown 5 and 4, lots of the municipalities, even the mature ones, struggled. But then by the time level lockdown 3 came around, they were starting to open and process applications. What we've done in the interim and over actually not just the interim, for as long as there's been a focus on building plan application approvals, has been if there are one-on-one cases brought to the attention for the department to the department, we would then take it up with the specific municipalities. So Member van der Westhuizen, if you have any cases that you'd like to highlight or alert us of, I think we're happy to look at that. Thank you.
Chair, if I maybe continue, just to follow up on the Pick n Pay issue. So in the Pick n Pay, the project is still continuing, and it is a partnership with Pick n Pay in terms of launching market stores within township areas. We've launched, for example, the Mbukweni one in Paarl last year, and I mean, just with the opening of that store, it created 38 employment opportunities for people within Mbukweni Paarl last year. Obviously, the impact of COVID has frustrated the launch subsequently, but I mean, we've already now in this current financial year opened 2 stores in Langa. I think the progress is continuing in terms of the opening of those particular stores, and we're also looking at opening stores in Delft, Wallisdean, and Visantekraal during this financial year, Chair. Chair, just also maybe just feedback on the Delft one at the moment. So I've yesterday spoken to a representative of Eskom. I've also engaged with her today as well, and I've spoken to the Pick n Pay. I've also then facilitated that conversation between those 2 organizations. So they're in discussions to try and resolve the situation. I think is a bit of a confusion around the application process and who submitted what information, but Pick n Pay, at least Pick n Pay and Eskom is now talking to each other to try and resolve the matter and to try and see to expedite it. Because obviously we're very cognizant of the launch date, but I think there is some alternative arrangements that Pick n Pay has already put in place in case that there's no sufficient time to maybe open the store. But at least the 2 organizations are now talking to each other to try and find some kind of common ground in terms of when the store can open.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joss. Chair, that leaves us with a question from Member van der Westhuizen with regards to the assets, page 18. Now, that was the asset count date that we utilized for the audit, as I understand, because we couldn't do a new one because that was the period where we kind of just started with the whole COVID issue. So that was a challenge there, but we'll just clarify that, Member van der Westhuizen. On the port issue, page 33, the port issue at the moment is the Cape Town port is doing really well in relation to where it was at the height of COVID, Member van der Westhuizen. I am personally very involved in the port issue. We were at a stage on a turnaround time of 22 days for vessels to dock and to be offloaded. We kind of do them now within the day. Obviously, there are slight challenges with regards to when wind inhibits the cranes from working, because with the southeaster pumping at the kind of speeds it does affect, and those cranes aren't all suited for that. We are still very much concerned about the gang numbers, or the work gang numbers as they call them. Out of 13 gangs, I think we're operating at the moment on 9 or 10. So we're not at maximum, and we need to push there. But I can assure you that there is a very, very, very well integrated task team that works on the inefficiencies within the port and seeking to change that. And we're very involved with that. The appointment of the new CEO of the Cape Town Container Terminal has brought a fresh approach to the work from the container terminal, and we're really, really optimistic that Cape Town Port is going to become a really globally competitive port going forward. And it's a really nice and a good story to tell on the collaborative work that can happen there. Before I'm going to hand over to Rashid to talk about Project Pakisa and Project Kalisa, and Ilza on the export promotion, and Joanne Johnston on the attraction of investment from National. Chair, I want to just touch on the point that you raised with regards to where does the public or business log these electricity complaints or challenges. And Chair, it is our red tape reduction unit as a first port of call. You know, we've had a significant challenge in Philippi East and the businesses in the Philippi East corridor, with transmitters being taken offline because of illegal electricity connections and a whole host of stuff. And our red tape reduction unit, particularly in that case, Raven Windvogel, interacts with Eskom and a host of other players, and a lot of times those things get resolved, you know, mostly not within a day, but definitely in a day or two. So I think it's important for the committee to know that we do have the red tape reduction unit that deals with those kind of matters, and that we respond to that as a way of course. So I just wanted to touch on that one there, and I did the port. So now I'm going to ask Rashid just to talk briefly about Project Pakisa and the closeout of Project Kalisa, and then for Ilse van Skalkberg just to talk about why we've chosen China and Angola for wine promotions, and Joanne is going to do the question on investment attraction from central government and state-owned enterprises. Rashid?
Thank you, HOD. Honourable van der Westhuizen. The question of Project Pakisa, it very much is a project that continues with the new administration after the President Zuma left. And what we've done in the last 2 years is we've formed our own Western Cape cluster for all oceans economy projects. So rather than calling them Project Pakisa, we've housed it under a structure that we meet every quarter, and we've been handling all aspects that the national government has focused on under Project or Operation Pakisa, as they call it. So the small harbours, we've managed to have at every meeting, we have managed to successfully get Public Works and TPMA to attend, so that we focus on the blockages in some of our small harbours. The other focus area has been the aquaculture area, and there's a lot of potential in the Western Cape. The Saldanha Aquaculture Development Zone is now up and running, and we work very closely with our own Department of Agriculture and DEF to make sure we get that going. And then the boat building sector, we were very instrumental in this last financial year with the Netherlands government to form a maritime cluster, and that's a grouping of all the major boat builders who are focused on building skills and small businesses in that boat building, that important boat building sector. And then the Port Liaison Forum is another project that, as Solly mentioned earlier, that has almost been an offshoot of that. And then another project, which I think, I'm not sure if you're aware, the City of Cape Town has formed a new SPV called Blue Cape. And what they're doing is making a particular focus on marine manufacturing, ocean sports, and super yachts. So that entity didn't exist before, and we did a project that focused on the economic potential of this part of the oceans economy, and that's been a very interesting success that came out of that. Operation Pakisa, as you know, was tourism. The focus areas of Project Kalisa, which is really a brainchild of our previous minister, Alan Winde, came to an end after 5 years. And I think what it did is it made us focus on those 3 items. Tourism, which, as you know, you've just heard from Westgrow, remains a priority. I won't cover that. Agri-processing. We did a lot of projects which shone a light on the huge potential around the world of the halal sector. And an outcome of that is that the Department of Agriculture now has a little division or a project area that focuses on agri-processing. And we continue to promote the halal industry, but also many other agri-processing industries, the rooibos teas, natural products. All of that came out of our specific focus on the job creation power of agri-processing. And then oil and gas. I mean, you know, just recently, I think we were on a visit together, Honourable Bartman and members in Mossel Bay. And if we didn't have that kind of focus on oil and gas in the last few years, we wouldn't have been as ready for the kind of Brulpada opportunities that present themselves. So one of the offshoots of that has been things like the Oil and Gas Forum, and we've participated very actively in you know, the draft upstream petroleum bill And so I don't think while oil and gas is no longer a particular focus area, we remain actively trying to remove blockages for that sector going forward. So Ilse, I'll hand over to you to talk a little bit about the why and so forth. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Rashid. Just to note, there's two things with regards to Khulisa. The one was the price of the Brent crude oil, which really impacted the performance of that particular lever, as well as the slow realization of the investment into the infrastructure required with regards to Saldanha IDZ. I think Kashifa mentioned that as well as almost a bit of a binding constraint for the potential for that sector, both from an oil and gas, but a marine services perspective as well. Honourable members, I'd also just like to say that in terms of tourism, the performance was pretty on track, except the impact that the drought had with regards to realization in terms of the visitor numbers. So in the previous financial year, I think we were just coming out of the impact that the drought had on tourism, and now COVID's hit. So that's quite a big knock in terms of a sector that's been very worst affected and that needs to bounce back. Then in terms of the exports, just to confirm, just in terms of the Wesgro APP or the annual report on page 36, it deals with the investment pipeline. It's quite a big range of investments dealing with from pharmaceuticals, property. They've had some agri-processing investments. There's a list. It's not so much, I don't have a sector percentage distribution in terms of where it landed, but it's a pretty broad range of sectors that the investments were realized in the last financial year. So the details is on page 36 of the Wesgro annual report. And then on their page 43, it deals with the exports. Similarly, in terms of exports, the trade agreements, which is how we actually count in terms of where the exports landed. The details with regards to the trade agreements per sector is on page 43. Again, it's very much in terms of what the Western Cape's exporting. A lot of it is in terms of the fruit, vegetables, wine, etc. And then certain other niche manufacturing products. Then with regards to the wine exports, so previously the potential was very much in terms of with China and particularly and Angola. What we saw, because this is also something which is followed in terms of where there's existing trade agreements. So if there's already retailers that are signed on board, it's easier to promote and gain access into a particular market, especially Africa, where logistics is quite a nightmare in terms of the distribution of the product within a particular country. What we discussed over the last probably good 18 months, well, it's been a bit different in terms of this year, was expanding that focus into other African countries, which included Ghana and Mozambique, and fact-finding trade missions were undertaken in those particular markets. And this is very much done in collaboration with WOSA, who's the Wines of South Africa. They deal with promotion of wines, and they've got an agreement with Wesgro to undertake this. And that's worked out pretty well in the last 5 years. The Khulisa targets for wine in particular is a 2025 target, similarly to the halal target, which is also a 2025 target. And we've made quite a lot of headway in terms of just positioning, specifically in China, where there's really growth opportunities in terms of bulk wine sales. But our key focus going forward is very much in terms of value adding of the South African wines. So there's a lot of potential in terms of meeting our new our new 5-year target, or our focus is, which is very much an export-led approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've still got 2 questions, Chair. I know these are very complex questions, and so we are taking a bit of time. I'm going to ask Joanne just to speak about the work we're doing at the moment on the attraction of investments from national government and state-owned enterprises. And then we still have Member Mkondlo's question on the energy security, the small-scale embedded generation, and the munis in good standing that we need to respond. And Helen's going to pick that one up. Joe and Helen. First Joe and then.
Thank you very much, Solly and honourable members. So we do really look at leveraging as much as we can from national and national SOEs. So firstly, obviously, there's a few departments within the province that are involved with infrastructure, and the tendency is really that the respective departments deal with their national counterparts. So for example, the Department of Transport and Roads, Transport and Public Works will deal with their national counterpart as far as the roads are concerned and the road agency, and similarly with the Department of Human Settlements. So the kind of infrastructure that the department, our department gets involved with is what we call economic development infrastructure. So it's those kinds of developments that can specifically aid productivity and competitiveness. And our approach has definitely been really around cooperation, partnerships, so that we can leverage inward investment from national. So a few examples would be the air access. When we initially started the project, we did that in cooperation with AXA, in part because we understood that air access was important, particularly around cargo. So it was never really about tourism, but it was really around business tourism perhaps and bringing investors in, but also about cargo, about getting our stuff out to our target markets. The challenge that AXA had was that there wasn't sufficient demand to justify an expansion of the logistics or cargo hold facilities. And so to a large extent, the air access project had helped. And just before COVID, there was talk about whether they could expand or they should expand, given the fact that the demand for cargo had increased so significantly. So that is one example of the kind of cooperation that we've had with Sydney AXA as a national SOE. Another example was SKA. So the SCAR project basically needed to have a big data center. At the time, National was considering sort of putting this in other provinces. And the work that we had done in the digital team was essentially pulling together a feasibility study and convincing national government that if they were going to do a big data center, they had to do it in Cape Town. And so a decision has just now recently been made that they will actually do it in Cape Town off the back of the work that we had done in the department, and that it will be located in between Cape Town and Stellenbosch. And so that adds quite significantly to setting up Cape Town as, or the Western Cape as a big data capital of Africa, and that in of itself will attract a significant amount of investment from private sector. Other examples, obviously, is around Transnet, where there's a MOU in place at the moment around the LNG project, and we've again leveraged certainly international donor funding to do feasibility studies, and that would have seen Transnet essentially building a pipeline for LNG in the province. I think that the difficult, and there's a good few other examples, of course, the IDZ and the SEZ is a perfect example of how we successfully leveraged national infrastructure funding, because essentially while we provide operational funding to Saldanha Bay IDZ and Atlantis SEZ, the infrastructure money really comes from national and DTI. So there are a good few examples. We are intending to be a little bit more, I wouldn't say aggressive, but pushing it a bit harder, in part because of the fiscal crunch. But I also think that over the last couple of years, the relationships between the province and national have strengthened, in part because I think national had a problem around high turnovers of staff, which really made it very difficult to establish relationships, for example, with Transnet. I think that's stabilized quite significantly, and that allows us to then see, initiate projects and then also see it through based on the strength of the trust and the relationships that we have established. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. Helen, can you go through the small-scale embedded generation and the Muni issue?
Yes, thank you very much, Solly, and thank you very much for the question, Honourable Nkondlo. So in terms of the small-scale embedded generation, SSEG, 24 out of the 25 local municipalities in the metro they have the necessary legal frameworks in place for SSEG, which means that they allow for grid-tied SSEG. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have the processes, for example, to register the system or for people to be paid for excess electricity fed into the system. So there's 19 of the Western Cape municipalities do have a NERSA approved feed-in tariff. And that means that businesses and households can sell excess electricity back into the grid and they get paid for that. But they do need to be a net consumer over the year. We continue to work with municipalities to help them put the relevant frameworks and processes in place, but also to help them balance the tariffs that they put in place that encourage SSEG, which in turn increases energy security, but also minimizes the impact on the municipal revenue. Then in terms of the municipal owned generation beyond SSEG, the regulations were amended by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy in October this year. They do open the door for municipal owned generation, but there's still a lot of work underway to put together and clarify the processes. So exactly how a municipality would apply, what processes they would need to follow. And this is for energy generation, anything up to utility scale. So when we talk about IPPs, it's not necessarily only utility scale renewable energy, but can be a lot smaller as well. Just to highlight, the processes are incredibly complex and they require long-term financial commitments. For example, a 20-year offtake agreement. So if municipalities signed up to contracts that aren't feasible for them, so for example, if they don't have a sound revenue base, they could put themselves at risk of serious liability. So the DMRE processes are aimed at ensuring that municipalities provide sound feasibility studies that indicate, really detailed feasibility studies, indicate location, the technology, what scale, what costs, what the payback mechanisms would be, what the procurement mechanism would be used, etc. And that is designed at trying to minimize potential municipal liability. So we've kicked off with a whole piece of work on a whole initiative called the Municipal Energy Resilience Initiative. And there we essentially, in preparation for those changes that are coming about, we're trying to make sure that as many municipalities within the Western Cape, where it's appropriate, are ready for those changes to take advantage of those opportunities. So we've busy completing a municipal readiness evaluation that really looks at the financial standing and credit rating of the municipalities, along with their operational capacity. So in terms of both technical capacity, financial management capacity, we also look at their network capacity, their energy foundational studies, so whether they've got electricity master plans, cost of supply studies, etc., that are critical for them to be able to price these contracts and procurement of energy from IPPs at the correct levels. And then whether they're driving energy projects already, which they can build off. So in the MER, we're essentially going to provide development support and capacity building to help implement renewable energy projects in municipalities, but it's part of that is also to enable municipalities to help themselves as well as businesses and households to generate, procure and sell own power. And that can include procuring from IPPs. So first phase is busy kicking off, and that's around really identifying business cases for utility scales. That's your really big renewable energy plants through to your distributed energy. So for example, your 40 megawatt size plant, 10 to 40 megawatts, your small scale embedded generation at scale, and then also energy storage. And then we'll look to link those with the municipalities that are ready, provide detailed transactional, legal and other support to help start landing those projects, and through those use those as testing grounds for rolling this out further across the municipalities. In parallel, we'll also be looking at where the gaps are in other municipalities around capacity, networks, etc., and look as to how we could potentially fill those gaps to enable other municipalities to take up these projects in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, the only one that's outstanding is Mr. Beaker's request. I think it would be best served if we could get the request sent to us, because we, according to us, we've handled of everything. But I mean, there could be something else that's still outstanding that I'm not aware of, and maybe if the department can respond to what was tabled, it may just be a better way of handling that.
Thank you, Mr. Fourie. I think it's best. Let's get our procedural officer to just forward in the written communication, and then she can then also just check what has been sent from last year already, and if there's anything in specific missing that that needs to be responded to, because then at least we can give him in writing communique regarding this. Okay. Members, are there any follow-up questions? If none, are there any other questions from the public? Okay, I see Honorable Kondlo's hand, but I'll also then ask if there's any other questions from the public that would like to ask now. If none, Honorable Nkondlo, you can go ahead with your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, these are real marathons, you know, these annual report discussions. But I'm sure I'll shelve some of my questions, as you had given also a provision for written questions that one can send. Chair, perhaps I without belaboring, just going back to the point on this Pick n Pay SPADZA projects. I just want to understand, maybe from the department, what makes this project being referred to as a township revitalization project. Perhaps they can clarify to me why that, why such, what does it mean? Is it part of a bigger township revitalization strategy? Because I remember in the previous administration there was a study on the township economy itself. So why would this SPADZA, and I'm raising this because I think if one also considers what we saw during the lockdown, you know, that the SPADZA economy in the townships is actually in a very you know, a sliding scope. And I'm saying that because majority of it has been taken in the main by foreign nationals. So if one, and I'm sure if the department would attest to the fact that even with the SPADZA support scheme or relief fund that was released by the Department of Small Business nationally, it didn't gain much traction in the Western Cape, because in the main you are not going to find SPADZA shops in the main. So I'm trying to understand the concept itself, but it also links, I think, to the question on the relationship or the conversation of the department, you know, with local government and municipalities around LEDs, because this is just a, you know, a very challenging for me, you know, a type of a space between the department, local government in terms of LED, and the municipalities. Because even when you look at the annual report of local government, you know, you don't see much, you know, about LED as a function. Actually, you find it spoken about around as CDWs. And that for me demonstrates that there isn't a coherent response and deliberate response on township economy, on SMMEs in particular, you know, local economic development. And I'm raising this, Chair, because if you talk about exactly the example you were making about the case we've placed, one biggest problem of townships is infrastructure. And in the main, these shops we're talking about that Pick n Pay identifies, you know, for the beneficiaries, majority of them are placed in your old municipality buildings, which some of them are dilapidated, you know. So the process of getting those places, you know, to be ready to do business is something else. So if one just makes a determination that we're doing a township revitalization strategy using at the bedrock of a Pick n Pay model where they look at these shops, it means you have not considered the other realities of a township environment. And that is why I'm saying, where would then be the conversation about the spatial planning and land use in the municipality to enable township-based enterprises? Because one of the biggest problems in the township is exactly relevant
business infrastructure, because these townships from the onset, and I'm sure the study that the department would have done would have signaled that to them, that these townships were never meant, for business. They were meant for people to just go there and sleep. So if you're going to talk about revitalization from a business point of view, you have to consider those issues. So I am not sure, Chair. That is why I'm like trying to understand, why is this concept a township as part of a township revitalization? How do you revitalize by a Pick n Pay, or it is just a name that has been given to it? And that takes me to the question around the informal traders that you referred to. And I would like for the department to give me also an indication in this regard, whether there is any conversation with them. And this again emanated, in terms of the realities which were shown by the COVID around the situation of informal trading, and where actually for the first time I got to know, with the assistance obviously of the department inquiring with the city of Cape Town, that the biggest townships like Khayelitsha are declared no trading zones. I think that's a categorization given to them by the city. And I mean, there you've got a myriad of informal traders who, by virtue of that, are not necessarily focused on in terms of services and all of these things. And the department, I think, in one of the pages refers, to support in terms of the safety kits. And I mean, I remember it's one of the things we were raising related to COVID with the informal trading, whether they do have the safety kits for COVID. So this is another issue. Are these conversations there? Because if you talk about, your townships, your historically disadvantaged communities, which, would always be aspiring, to ensure economic activity, part of the problem or part of the reality in those areas is that informal business, or what I think HOD used to call informality, I think as a concept, informal business is what is happening, is what is predominant in terms of some of the businesses that are there. But now, whether there is a conversation of ensuring that you recognize what is already there and you work with it to ensure that the municipal legislation in terms of bylaws and related, give effect. Because the reality of the matter is that when we speak about building an economy, and we can't just build an economy high up there, with international investors, with those that will be able to have all of the requirements. How do we assist people that by virtue of their circumstances, which they've not created for themselves, find, themselves sitting in this particular situation? My last one, Chair, for now, is on the procurement policy. I think I think it's on page 35, this thing of the economic procurement policy, which was done in consultation with other government departments. There's even an implementation plan with it, and it is said it will include support to SMMEs located in townships. Can you just explain what does that mean, and who comprises this provincial top management? And this draft implementation plan, that was presented in February, which are other stakeholders were engaged or consulted before and after the actual plan was drafted? So if I can get just clarity on that, Chair, I will leave the other questions for a written submission.
No problem. Thank you. Honorable van der Westhuizen, I saw your hand. Do you have a question, or? But then it disappeared.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to link onto the response regarding the electricity and the fact that the Western Cape and that this department assisted municipalities to prepare for the generation of electricity, small-scale embedded generation, etc., by drafting regulations which municipalities could then consider and adopt. And my question is just to what extent can we ready ourselves for the possibility of in the future also having regulations that need to deal with
Honorable van der Westhuizen, are you still with us? Your voice tapered off there at the end.
Sorry. So the
no problem.
Question is, do we need regulations for liquid gas? I hear you well.
Okay.
Do we need regulations for liquid gas as well? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So do we need regulations for liquid natural gas? Thank you so much. Mr. Fourie, you can allocate the questions accordingly. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Chair, I just wanted to finish Member van der Westhuizen's question. Chair, I want to respond to Member Nkondlo because I think it is a extremely complex question that has been raised. And Member Nkondlo has asked a very important issue with regards to how we see township revitalization. I want to go back to the initial concept of the Pick n Pay Spaza shop project. And it really was to enable and to empower local spaza shop owners to compete with the notion, as Member Nkondlo has rightly raised, with the fact that foreign spaza shop owners were able to sell goods at a lower price. So the Pick n Pay Spaza Shop project is really aimed at partnering local spaza shop owners with a far bigger partner for buying power. And the concept of the Pick n Pay Spaza Shop is exactly that, is that now within the township, a spaza shop is able to offer the same kind of range of product without carrying that product in a holding capacity in stock because of the way in which the ordering and the supply chain system works, but able to get that goods at a competitive price in order for on sale. And that to us is a lot more empowering in a sense, because now it enables that spaza shop owner to be able to buy goods with a greater buying power, and then of course be able to unsell it. The revitalization is also very much on the basis that the premises that most of these people are in were premises that were not conducive to a supermarket kind of environment. Many of them couldn't add on the bakery services, the hot food services as takeaways, etc. And that enabled many of these, or that's the concept that we want to use in the Pick n Pay model going forward to enable that to be more effective. Also, our policy approach to townships and spaza shops and revitalization is in fact to see where those businesses can be supported to be able to expand their services and to expand their business opportunities. And they are treated very much within the same context as we do our enterprise development projects and rollout. So it's important for us to be able to know that those services are there for small, medium enterprises within an informal or a township space. We're also very aware of the municipal bylaws which impacts informality. And there, I mean, in COVID, we were very involved in making sure that trading permits were given to people to be able to trade in an informal context during the COVID. And it's something that we are picking up through the district consulting forums and the joint district approach to ensure that in a lot of these spaces, we can make a difference for townships. I mean, the point that we raised of Laingsburg and Cape Agulhas and those projects that we rolled out in Mossel Bay, we did similar. It's particularly to enable informal businesses to have infrastructure from which to trade. Of course, there are other short-term things. I mean, the fear of prosecution is a major one. And there again, we have cases where they come to us and our red tape team goes and intervenes. So there's a variety of areas where we work with townships to ensure that townships and informality, which are two words we use interchangeably. And I know that the purists of the economic argument, and there are some in our department as well, They say no, the two should be dealt with separately. But of course, when you work as we do with constrained fiscal envelopes, and I think that today, honourable members, you can see the wide range of areas that this department must be involved in across the whole of the economy. It is very difficult for us in a constrained fiscal environment to be able to do what we want to do in specific areas, because we need to make sure we're looking at all areas and making sure that we stimulate growth in the economy effectively. So I hope that answers Member Nkondlo's question on revitalization, and the support that we give to local sponsors to make sure that we can help them with their buying power, and that we are taking this into the district municipal spaces. And I know that the city of Cape Town, the metro, is spending an enormous amount of time looking at their own policies around the informal traders and so on. With regards to the procurement policy on page 35, that relates to the economic procurement policy that we presented to the provincial top management, which is the heads of departments of all the 13 departments. It is a policy that has been tabled in cabinet, and it is a policy that seeks to influence the procurement of goods and services on behalf of government departments to be able to support small, medium enterprises. I think one of the great things that we see where that has happened, or it's intended to happen, has been now with this additional amount of money that we gave for infrastructure maintenance in the education sector at the schools, where it is hoped that many of the maintenance projects will go to small, medium enterprises, small construction companies, to be able to enable them to grow their own economic prospects because of the procurement policy. And that procurement policy is aimed at making sure that we get the spread of the economy over a wider range. With regards to the electricity and the future of liquefied natural gas, as it is with everything, and I'm now going on a generalist review just to answer the question, but I'm sure that the specialists Helen and AJ will be able to answer it much better. But I think, like with everything, there is going to be a requirement for regulations around liquefied natural gas. Whatever that is something that will probably unfold as we go into a greater degree of realization of energy from gas. But I'm sure AJ is dying to help me out in this particular area. So I'm going to ask AJ just to come in there and speak on whether there are any regulations at the moment with regards to the utilization of LNG for energy. AJ?
Thank you so much, HOD, and thank you for the question, honourable members. In terms of the regulation space for natural gas, in fact, for gas overall, not just natural gas, it's governed by the Gas Act, and there are extensive regulations that the National Energy Regulator of South Africa put out, specific regulations around pipe gas, including licensing, operations, tariffs, the whole gambit, very much similar to that which we have in terms of electricity. In terms of Honourable van der Westhuizen's question around how can we assist with the regulations and translations, so it's very similarly to the approach that we've been taking with electricity and renewable energy around SSEG. We were looking at supporting municipalities, and when we started on the process of small-scale embedded generation, we looked at one of the municipalities, specifically the city of Cape Town, as a pilot for some of those elements. So a pilot for understanding how they would put together their own policies, bylaws, etc. In this case, there has already been a precedent at in terms of pipe gas. There are some areas that have got reticulation. You would know in the north, south of Johannesburg has got reticulation networks quite extensive. So there is existing legislation and policy around it. But in terms of the approach that we take, in parallel with the feasibility study that we had done, the city of Cape Town itself also undertook a feasibility study to understand what its role regarding natural gas would be, and so they look to look at perhaps whether there would be licensing others, whether they to use gas or to develop gas networks. Or whether they would be developing their own gas as another utility similar to how they would sell electricity. So they have undertaken that work, but they haven't yet developed a specific policy around it. And part of the reason for this is because the availability of gas right now in the Western Cape is not there. So a lot of these policies and bylaws start developing once there's availability of the fuel, and then once that availability of the fuel is there, and then there's a need for it beyond that which exists at a national level, then they would apply themselves. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davies, is there anything else you would like to add?
No, thank you, Chair. AJ's covered that really well. Thanks.
Perfect. I think those are all the questions, if I'm correct. With that, given that there are no other members of the public, I'm going to ask that the members, if they have any other questions, that they please put those in writing. And I would like to thank Mr. Fourie as HOD, as well as the department, for all the work that has gone into your annual report and all the work that you've done this year during COVID. It again has been a difficult year for every single department. Departments have been working 24/7, 7 days a week, whole year. And with the season coming up, we are going into a second wave officially. So everyone, if everyone can please keep their masks on when they go out in public, avoid crowds, please stay safe. We need you in government. We need you to be able to continue to helping us grow and to create jobs and to save lives and livelihoods. Members, with that, I'm going to excuse the officials from DDAT, and then we are going to then deal with our committee resolutions. Thank you so much.
Chair, if it's possible, I'd just like to wish all of the members and yourself and the honourable members who work so hard and who are so helpful with regards to oversight and keeping us in check that we're doing the right things. I'd like to just wish you all well for the festive season. I hope you guys are going to get a well-deserved break. And yeah, you too, Chair and members, yeah, just look after yourself. It is really quite tough out there. So thank you very much, Chair, and to all the members, and a great festive season for those who are celebrating Christmas. And for those who are not, have a great time just relaxing.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, wonderful. As the officials are leaving the meeting, members, we are now going to deal with the resolutions of this committee meeting, as well as the previous committee meeting dealing with the finance and gambling board annual report as well. So what I'm going to ask is first that our procedural officer just reads out matters that we've already raised that we'd like documentation on, or resolutions that we would like to present, and then we can resolve whether to accept them or not, and then we can then do any new resolutions that members would like to pose. Ms. Adams, are you there?
Hi, Chair, I'm here. Do you want me to start with provincial tragedy?
Let's start in the order that the annual reports were presented to us. I'm just going to put my video off in the meantime. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks. So the first one was the submission that Provincial Treasury did on the procurement bill. They said they could provide that.
Members, yeah, let me go through each one as you read them out. Members, are you happy with the finance department providing that documentation to us?
Yes,
I'm going to
Chairperson.
assume silence is agreement. Okay, thank you. What is the next one, Ms. Adams?
Okay, there was the copy of the overview of provincial and municipal infrastructure investment booklet.
Okay, members, are we in accordance for that to be provided to us?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Okay. Okay, and then with Canaland, there was the documentation that the chairperson referred to, that letter, and that you asked to be sent officially to the committee.
Yes, it was the council documentation with the resolution as well as the document from local government regarding the instruction to the municipality. I do have it, but I want the departments to officially send it to the committee so that it's not just me who got it from the ground. Are you happy with that?
Chair, can I add on this matter of Canaland?
Yes, you can add, Member Control.
Yes, Chair, because I didn't want to stop you when you were discussing there with the members, because I could see that there are some developments, as you indicated, that you got information from the ground and the meetings that were taking place of council today. And I thought that I support the approach that says, you know, it's best that we call the provincial treasury, we call and request our standing committee also on local government, because I understand that also there was a cluster, I'm not sure whether it was a cluster visit or it was a local government who oversight visit in that municipality. And I'm sure it's best if we are able to harmonize, you know, our approaches so that we as this committee don't say something else and another committee says something else. So I agree with the notion that says perhaps we need a special discussion on the matter of Canaland, including the Innovashore, because obviously I'm sure you would be aware also the political situation in Canaland has completely changed. So we need to ensure that, one, you know, there is no political footballing of the situation of Canaland, but also, as we did before, we ensure that the administrative issues, which I think a provincial treasury has been dealing with under the administration, you know, are brought to us and we understand what is the situation, including this particular project. And perhaps I would agree that National Treasury is invited into that meeting, including the municipality, because we need to get everybody under one room and be able to understand what exactly is going on here, so that we do not have these different, you know, national treasurer and provincial treasurer agreeing, you know, the municipality is saying something else, you know, because this thing is creating more instability, and that instability is affecting more the citizens of that municipality, which I think we've seen the level of citizens in that community. So I just wanted to add those points, Chair, that I fully concur with the notion that says we need a briefing on Innovashore, together with the situation in that municipality, together with the letters that you said you got from the ground, so that we can also be at the same page of what exactly, because I was not even aware what are the developments that are taking place in Canaland, outside of what I've heard, that there is a change, you know, of government there in terms of the political parties. But I didn't know that there are meetings that are sitting, the council, you know, that are opening up about particular projects like Innovashore. So it will be good that all of us are on the same page, and then when we engage from the same point of view and trying to understand what exactly is going on there in the interest of that municipality. Thanks, Chair.
No problem. Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo, and I completely agree with you. It was going to be my next request in terms of resolution to get an update briefing on these particular matters, but you have put it quite succinctly, and I completely agree with you that we cannot play football with this matter. And as indicated by this committee previously, is this Canaland project that has been proposed. It's not a sprint, it is a marathon. We need to continue monitoring this project because it is a risk. Canaland is under administration, And we have now heard that both National Treasury and Provincial Treasury have serious legal and factual concerns regarding the project. So we need all of the stakeholders around a table in order to find out why constructive conversation is not moving forward and why there are obstacles, but also what the specific problems are in terms of the concerns that the respective people have and why there's disagreement with regards to legal and factual concerns. So I completely agree with you regarding an update briefing on this matter. And that's also why I asked that these documents be officially sent to the committee so that we then have it on record that that these are the documents that was one, the council documentation, the agenda with the documentation in it, but also that we get the instruction that local government has released. And I agree, and I indicated in the previous meeting this morning that we must also have local government present because both provincial treasury and local government are jointly engaged in this matter at the moment. Members, are you happy with that resolution?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Adams, you can go on to the next one.
Okay, Chair, so the next one was the briefing from Provincial Treasury and National Treasury on the legal and factual concerns, but that will tie in with Member Nkondlo's one.
Yeah,
And
so
then,
just combine those and include then the
Okay.
municipality and the administration of the municipality as well as a Nova Show, so that everyone's around the same table.
Okay. And then following that, then there's the oversight visit proposal to Kanaland.
I think perhaps we should do the oversight to Kanaland after we've done the briefing, or if members want, we can go and do the briefing in Kanaland. So those are options. What are members' views on this?
I think, Chair, if possible, I think I will go for the 2-in-1 because of also knowing our schedule can be very, loaded. So if we can do the oversight together with and have the briefing, because all the people can always come to Kanaland and we have the briefing there. So maybe let's consider that alternatively we go your route and start with the briefing and then, but I fully support we must start with the briefing and then if we can't do both of them.
Okay. Honorable Mitchell, I also saw your hand.
I'm covered, Chair, by Honorable Nkondlo's proposal.
Okay, so let's try and look for a date where we can go to Kanaland and do the briefing there. Alternatively, that we do the briefing and then look for a date for going to them. But I think if we can go to them and do the briefing, then the other one might not necessarily be necessary because the project hasn't started yet. But it might be good to get everyone around a table to have a conversation face to face regarding this matter. Okay, Ms. Adams, what is the next one?
Thank you, Chair. There was a recommendation about the walk-ins. You mentioned the difference between the support provided and then the problems being combined. And you recommended that they look at separating those two statistics.
Yes, so let's perhaps phrase it as whether the department would consider separating those statistics for next year. And what was the other one that I said? I said something about what can be done to reduce the number of walk-ins without compromising on capacitating people with tape reduction. Members, are you happy with that? Or do I need to put it a bit more clearer? Okay, I'm going to assume silence is agreement then.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, Ms. Adams, what is the next one?
Thanks, Chair. There was the Beaufort West, Neisner, Lanesburg matter that you wanted the monthly reports to be submitted to the standing committee.
Well, they indicated that they submit quarterly reports on those vulnerable municipalities, and the three that they mentioned were Laingsburg, Beaufort and Knysna. And they said they submit those quarterly reports to the cabinet. So maybe once they've submitted it to the cabinet, that they also submit those to us, but they've also said to those vulnerable municipalities that they engage them on a weekly basis, and they ask them if there's anything that they can assist with on a weekly basis. So perhaps when they submit their quarterly then to us as well, that they indicate then what were the issues that were raised by the municipalities when they engaged them, and how are those issues being addressed. Members, are you happy with that?
Yes, Chair, I'm not sure whether these are two different things, but I would also, as part of that request, I think the reviews that they do with the municipalities on their SBIDPs, which they said those gets to be presented to council, but they can always ask for that. I'm not sure whether they are done once a year or they're done quarterly. If we can find out, or in any mechanism of how to access those reviews or evaluations that are done by Provincial Treasury on the municipality's performance in relation to their IDPs. Yeah.
Okay, I think those are two different documentations. So let's write it as whether they can provide those documentation of the municipalities to us. If it's on an annual basis, then they can submit it annually. If it's on a monthly or 6 monthly basis, then they can also submit it as and when it's published. Members, are you happy with that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, what is the next one, Ms. Adams?
Chair, and then there was the discussion on the procurement system, and the chairperson recommended inviting National Treasury and the AG in respect of assistance to moving towards submitting documents digitally.
Yes, the reason for the National Treasury and the AG is because the National Treasury says what you must submit, and the Auditor General says what they use for auditing. That's why I wanted both of them there, so that if you call the one, then the other one doesn't tell you a different story. Members, are you happy with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
And we can include Provincial Treasury actually there, so that, because even though they've done a procurement briefing for us, it'd be good again to have everyone around the same table, I think. Okay. Ms. Adams, what is the next one?
Okay, so I think that was all that I had for Provincial Treasury.
Okay. Members, before we go on to the next one, are there any new resolutions for Provincial Treasury?
Can I add, Chair? I'm not sure whether Ms. Adams got the comments of Provincial Treasury on the procurement bill, which they said considering protocols that could be shared on what were their comments on the procurement bill. And then there's the second one, Chair. I think the provincial department, I think, indicates that it has suggested or proposed a dispute mechanism, which now is actually being considered also nationally on the issue of wasteful, unauthorized and irregular expenditure. I'm not sure, Chair, if possible, whether it is in our New Year's program that we can actually ask them to come and present and share that dispute mechanism with us, so that at least we can be, we can understand it. Obviously, I'm sure, given the fact that it's already being discussed, there's a possibility that it may end up being adopted. So it will be good for us to at least have sight of what does it entail.
I think that's a good idea. Members, are you happy with those two? I think the one regarding the procurement bill goes with the first resolution that we did, but we can add that if we haven't done it yet. Members, are you happy with those two?
Agreed.
Okay. Ms. Adams, what is the next one? Oh, sorry, is there any, sorry, there's no more left. Are there any other new resolutions for Provincial Treasury? Okay, if none, let's go over to Gambling and Racing Board. I specifically, I don't have anything that I remember from that came out of the meeting, but I have a new resolution where I would like them to do that briefing on the different industry compliance and regulations and stuff like that, the compliance stuff for each industry, so that once we are done with that, that we're able to then decide which industries and when we could possibly go do oversight over. Would members be okay with us first doing a briefing of such, and then after such briefing to then consider oversight?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Adams, Mr. van der Westhuizen? Mr. van der Westhuizen?
Chair, that is where you proposed that if possible we accompany them on a visit. So yes, let's investigate whether that is possible.
Yeah, so the first, what they recommended an amended resolution essentially to say that let's do the briefing first, because then once we've done the briefing on the various industries and the compliance for each industry, then we can decide what, when, how, and so on for oversight. Okay. Ms. Adams, is there anything else?
That's all I have on the gambling board.
Okay, members, are there
add?
any others? Member Nkondlo?
Yes. Chair, I don't know, Honorable van der Westhuizen raised this point. I know we once discussed it. I'm not sure it was a previous annual report. This issue of the institutional location of the gambling board. I think I don't know how, but perhaps it's a consideration, because I think the gambling board, even itself in its report, it places, I think, these competing obligations unto it and mandate. One of the tax collection by Treasury versus their economic development mandate. And I think we once engaged on this matter. And I'm just saying, I do not know how as a committee, because we need to actually delve into this particular issue, the extent of the trade-off, by location, because by location, that particular department or treasury is not going to be able, when, as I think the gambling board had indicated, about the expansion, considering all the new other ways, of gambling. I mean, from that point of view, the provincial treasury will be limited in terms of its own oversight and input in that regard, because that they do not have such a competence. Theirs is to look at the finances of things. So I do not know what could be done in that regard, but I think it's an important policy, and actually it could even be a legislative issue in terms of the institutional location of the board.
Well, perhaps we should then write it as a question to the minister, asking him, because he's the minister of both departments, what, okay. Given the mandate of the board and given the mandate of the two different provincial departments, based on that mandate that the board has to implement, which department would be best placed to administer the entity? And what reasons are there perhaps for the board currently being under provincial treasury? Perhaps we should put it like that, so that we can try and gauge these policy reasons.
Agreed, Chair, and then we can take it from there, depending on what we receive from the minister.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Adams, have you been able to capture that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, are there any other resolutions regarding the board?
Nothing for that one.
Members? Okay, if none, let's go over to Westkrow then. Ms. Adams, do you have any specific ones?
Sorry, Chair, just before the Westkrow resolutions, there was a committee matter that was discussed, the Gambling and Racing Amendment Bill, the 19th Gambling and Racing Amendment Bill. Do you want me to go over those resolutions, or this?
You can maybe just reread it, because it has been dealt with in the previous meeting, but you can just reread it for the record.
Okay, so the resolution stemming from that was that we meet with the different legal departments, WCPP, .P with Provincial Treasury, and then who, I think your last resolution was in, they should provide common ground, they should meet and provide common ground, and then the committee will then have a second meeting afterwards then to decide which legal opinion to go with. And then
Yeah, the two
proceed
legal
from there.
advisors must meet to find common ground, if any. Then we must have a deadline to be able to submit written questions about our concerns to them. We must then also then come back after that to hear answers to our concerns. And then perhaps at a second meeting after that, because then we've heard the concerns, then we can consider which legal opinion we agree with.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Members, are there anything else? Okay, let's go to Westkrow. I can't now, let me just see if my Westkrow documents here. Ms. Adams, is there anything specific that we mentioned?
Yes, Chair, there was the committee asked that Westkrow provide them with the communique once the two Westkrow appointments are finalized.
Okay, members, are you happy with that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, what is the next one?
The next one then is the recommendation that Mr. Mbiko from the Nyanga Tourism Platform's documents are submitted to Westkrow so that they can see if there's anything that they need to respond to.
Yes, I don't think there's anything but submitted anyway so that they can respond if they find anything specific that needs to be responded to. Members, are you happy with that?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next one?
Okay, that's all I have for Westkrow.
Yes, and then there was just a reconfirmation that the minister and Westkrow will send communique once that review of remuneration decision has been concluded, but it's not been concluded just yet. But it's just a reconfirmation because we've already taken a resolution on this matter. Okay, if those are the only ones you've captured, members, are there any new ones? Okay, if none, then let's go over to Saldanha Bay. Ms. Adams, if you can just read those out for us, please.
The first one I have again is that Mr. Mbiko's documents are sent to the IDZ for their response, if any.
Members, are you happy with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go on to the next one.
That the IDZ also provides those booklets that speak to the procedures around certain SARS and Home Affairs matters.
Yes, please. Members, are you happy with that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, what's the next one?
That's all I have for IDZ.
Okay, members, any new resolutions? Okay.
Chair, do you hear me?
Yes, member van der Westhuizen.
Chair, they have said that they were reviewing their human resource policy. Quite frankly, Chair, I have questions regarding the fact that you appoint people on 3-year and 5-year contracts because you're uncertain of your future and your future income. Almost all enterprises are in that position where they are uncertain regarding their income and the extent of their income next year and the year thereafter. And there's no regulation in labor law which says that you must pay somebody if you haven't got the money to pay that person. It should happen that the IDZ finds itself without money, then they've got under labor law the full authorization to go through a staff retrenchment process. So I would like us to monitor and just ask them to please inform us of what their future human resource policy, or once they've reviewed it, of what it will be, and the reasons for them should they continue with fixed term contracts for doing that. I personally don't think it's in their best interest to continue in the way that they have been dealing with staff.
Okay. Can we phrase it as that we ask that they submit the new HR policy once reviewed, and that they submit their current one, and if it changes, the reasons for the change, and if it stays the same, the reasons for it staying the same. Would that be in order with members?
Yes, Chair, particularly the issue of fixed term contracts versus permanent appointments.
Okay, and then we include that they need to include the reasons for changing if there's a change to fixed term contracts, and the reason for not changing if it stays the same. Would members be happy with that?
Yeah, except, Chair, remember, currently they're on fixed term contracts. So
yes, but I'm trying to just...
the way around that you've put it.
Yes, but I'm trying to put it in such a way because we do not know as a committee whether there will be a change. They indicated that they're reviewing the HR policy, but whether or not there will be a change after the review is still up to them.
Yes, I just heard that you've said that, you know, the way in which you stated it, it was the other way around, whether they're going to stay with or whether they're going to change to fixed term contracts. They are currently on fixed term contracts. It's
Yes.
just a small thing, yes.
No problem. We'll ask Ms. Adams to use her fancy English for us. Members, are we all in agreement with that? Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Adams, let me just see if there's anything else. Have you been able to capture anything else, Ms. Adams? Okay, if none, members, are there any other resolutions? Sorry,
Nothing else for IDZ, sorry.
Okay, members, are there any other resolutions for them? Okay. If none, let's go over to the department. Ms. Adams, if you can just read out for us, please.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, so the first one was again tabling Mr. Mbiko's questions to the department and forwarding that document to them again, as well as last year's submission. And then coupled with that was the joint meeting request with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, Department of Premier, and local government.
Yes, just to have a briefing on the matter because it's quite a complex matter and it falls across various mandates. So I do think that we need to have a joint conversation about this. Members, are you happy with that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. What is the next one?
I don't think I have anything else for DDAT.
Okay. Members, then one thing that I would like to raise is in February next year, the economic cluster is going to that Karlitsdorp, Bredasdorp area and so on. And in the program, sorry. And in the program, we also have slots. And we asked that the department send programs and 2 main programs that falls with business and informal trading, as well as work and skills, because we've heard quite a lot about the work and skills where the department places people to work for a short time and then hopefully they get placed afterwards, and they partner them with companies, as well as the Cape Agulhas informal trading that I raised earlier with the department. And those were projects in that area that we were able to identify. And I wanted to find out whether members are in order for us to go and be briefed on these projects, and and also, for example, to go see, because we now heard that the Cape Agulhas project is 100% complete, and they might even change the launch date if we are going to then be able to go to the municipality in that week. And I wanted to find out if members are happy with that, given that that will be in that area for the Economic Cluster Week.
Agree.
Okay, Chair.
Okay. Members, are there any other specific resolutions for Economic Development and Tourism Department?
Not from my side.
Okay. If none, then members, I think that is all for today. Thank you so much for staying online. We were scheduled to end at 7, but it is 6:33, so we all need to be very proud. Members, thank you so much for this year. I believe we have achieved a lot. Let me just actually put my video on so that you can see me for the last time for the year. And I just would like to thank our procedural officers and our IT support. Ms. Klitter, Ms. Adams, Ms. Morris, you've stayed online with us today until the very end. And just thank you for all the hard work you've put in this year. And yes, Mr. van der Westhuizen. Member van der Westhuizen, I see your hand. Is that a point of order?
Chair, I just want to add to that and say thank you very much also for your leadership in this committee and for the way in which you accommodated all of us. And I think on behalf of the committee, we also wish you a wonderful festive season. May there be some rest as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And members, please have a good rest. Please stay safe. Please wear your mask. Please avoid crowds. And I hope you have a wonderful rest and we come back rejuvenated in order to continue representing the people of the Western Cape. With that, I thank you and the meeting is adjourned.